Okay, Shalom Israel. Hope everybody's doing well today. We're back at it. About to get started in a half second. Send our prayers up. Give the Most High His glory, and then get back into this Daniel's 11 chapter. So let's get started. Right. This button? Yeah. Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa-ha. Nathan-Lanawa. Awar. Zayawam. Tawara.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa-ha. Nathan-Lanawa. Rayach. Nayach. Tawara.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Muponya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa-ha. Nathan-Lanawa. Ha-Shabbat. B'Shalom. Tawara.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Ainasha. Ayan Yamya. Ahoya. Ma'aya. Yabu'a. Isaiah. Yabu'a. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemayim. Wa'aratiza. La'a. Yonathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Sheshemoyah. Ana. Yala'a. Nawam. Wala'a. Yeshon. Sheshemomar. Yashua. Yahweh. Shemaya. Yahweh. Cesaria. Ayo. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashemash. Yala'a. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'a. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashmoya. Makol. Rai. Yashmor. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashmor. Awalakia. Wabu'aya. Ma'aita. Wa'ai. Awalam.
Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He would not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee would not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Aman.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh.
Elohayinawa.
Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Elohayinawa. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Elohayinawa. Yahweh.
Echad. Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abanawa. Sheba Shemayim. Kodash. Haya. Shemka. Yahweh. Malakwavka. Taba'ah. Ratizaka. Haya. Aisha. Baratiza. Kawa. Haya. Bashemayim. Nathan-Lanawa. Lacham. Ko. Yawam. Wasalachanaw. Chawatinaw. Hasalachanaw. Chawatinaw. Wala'a. Fabianaw. Banasawan. Abo. Hawashaynaw. Mayan. Rai. Kaya. Laka. Amalakwa. Waha'ala. Wahatapara. La'awalamyam.
Aman. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
10 Commandments. La'ayahayim.
La'ayahayim.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Achayim.
Achayim.
Ayim.
Ayim.
Panya.
Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a.
La'a.
Ta'ayna.
Ta'ayna.
Laka.
Laka.
Kasal.
Kasal.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Ta'ibada.
Ta'ibada.
Thou shalt not take unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a.
La'a.
Talaq waka.
Talaq waka.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashua.
Bashua.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Laquadashwa.
Laquadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Ya'amaka.
Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a.
La'a.
Tharatazat.
Thou
Tharatazat.
shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a.
La'a.
Thana'a.
Thana'at.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a.
La'a.
Thagana.
Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a.
La'a.
Tha'ina.
Tha'ina.
Shakwar.
Shakor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a.
La'a.
Thachamad.
Thakamad.
Kol.
Kol.
Ashura.
Ashura.
La'raika.
La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Okay. Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshad.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
Ha-ha-wa-ha. Nathalalawa. Atawara.
Atawara. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the law.
Israel Yeshavyim.
Everybody seated?
All right. Okay, y'all. Last week we started dealing in Daniel's chapter 11. It was a lot of dense information, and because of it, we kind of cut Sabbath a little short, just out of consideration. And the information is dense, and we want to be considerate of letting brothers and sisters kind of take any information. Last week when we were going into the class, it was a lot about Edomite history. And I guess the first question that might pop in a person's head is, why in the hell is the Most High, or would the Most High put Edomite Greek history into the Bible in a prophesying manner? You understand, Daniel wrote Daniel's 11 during the beginning of the Persian and Mede Empire, which was in the 500s or so BC. This prophecy that's being written about, that Daniel's talking about, literally spans from the mid 200s all the way to the middle of the hundreds BC. So this is like a 300-year prophecy that Daniel's dropping on the people. Well, really, the prophecy spans from when the Persian and Medes start engaging in war with the Greeks all the way to the fruition of the Greek Empire. So he's really going a 300-year span of history and 200 ahead of the time he's in. And Daniel's 11 is significant because if a person wants to say the Bible's not true, they're sorely mistaken. When you sit back here and we go back into this prophecy, we're going to start at verse 10. When you start seeing how specific Daniel is in his explanation of these breakdowns and this history, you're going to say, how in the hell was he that clear and that specific in the history he's dropping?
What wasn't even one of the rulers' names said?
No, the ruler's name isn't said, but their actions and all their conduct lies right on point with what happened historically.
But was Darius' name in the Bible?
Cyrus.
Cyrus.
But Daniel didn't bring that out.
Okay.
That was Cyrus's name was talked about in Isaiah.
Okay. All right, I got mixed up.
But once we get through all of Daniel's 11, this is another reason, without a shadow of a doubt, how you can explain that the Bible is true.
Mm-hmm.
That's one. And then one of the other significance behind Daniel's 11 is a perfect bridge from the Persian and Mede Empire and the death of Alexander, and takes us to the pretty much to the main points of the Greek Empire and how the Greek Empire and the wars that were constantly going on in Daniel's 11, how it affected our people. The first 4 or 5 verses gets it started in verse 5, and we stopped at verse 12. But the first, from verse 5 to 9, gives the beginning of the inception of the wars, and it was mostly between the king of the south, which is the Ptolemaic Empire, and the king of the north, which is the Seleucid Empire. But when we get into verse 10 onward and 19, because that's going to be the goal, to get from verse 10 to 19, you'll get into the teeth of Antiochus III, and how Antiochus III really spawned and brought a lot of death and suffering to our people, Israelites on both sides. And this is why, when you're reading why Daniel 11 is so significant, because in the midst of these wars between the Ptolemies and the Seleucids, our people were wrapped right in the middle of it and were suffering major losses, because we were caught in between in this fray of these wars between these warring Edomite kingdoms. So, what we're going to do is start off. Let's get Yohanan and get you saluted in real quick.
Yohanan, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yehuda, Ban Yashal.
Yohanan, Shalom Shabbatah, Ban Yehuda, Ban Yashal.
Amachu. Whoop.
Yahweh Hashem Yashal B'Katah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashal B'Katah.
All right. So, what we're going to do, start off in Daniel chapter 11 and verse 10. We're going to take our time. Okay, we're going to take our time. Where we're just reading off of was the Third Syrian War, and how the Seleucid line took significant losses during the Third Syrian War. Now we're going to go into this Fourth Syrian War and all the events that happened in the Fourth Syrian War. What's that, Delia?
No, I'll just double checking. The Seleucid line was dealing with it was the Edomite rules, right?
Yes. What happens is what makes the interpretation of these wars a little bit confusing is that you read about the Seleucid line and the Ptolemaic line. Now the problem is the king of the north, their line is the Seleucid line, but they refer to themselves as Syrians. And the Ptolemaic line, which are Edomites, they refer to themselves as Egyptians. And this is how history gets confusing. This is why you get a lot of our people, Israelites, want to say that the Cleopatras were black women.
But not true.
Cleopatras were not black women. Cleopatras was white women. That was one depiction a white man was correct. When they had Elizabeth Taylor being Cleopatra, they were completely correct with Cleopatra being portrayed as a white woman.
The black woman portrayed by the white woman. That's racism.
I'm going to say this. They were right on point. What they didn't say is those Cleopatras, more times than not, were products of incest.
They didn't say that.
They don't say that one either. That was the Greek way also.
Yeah.
Let's talk about them apples.
Proud of that.
Listen, how about Philadelphia really means the city of family love. Not brotherly love.
Familial love.
Yeah.
That's where Philadelphia really comes from. So let's make sure we're clear on these concepts.
You say family love, you mean like Appalachian
ancestry love.
Yeah.
West Virginia love. West Virginia love. It's not Tennessee, it's West Virginia.
Oh, West Virginia. My bad.
That's the Appalachian mountain love. That's what it is.
They got it there too, man.
And so what are we trying to explain? When we read about there's the Syrian wars, it's really between the king of the north, which is referred to as Syrian.
That makes sense.
And there was
And the king of the south was Ptolemy, which really was Egyptian.
And
there was Edomites, but they referred themselves as Egyptians. Yes.
And there was an attempt to unite both civilizations by the marrying of the daughter to the son of the Syrians. The Ptolemaic daughter being married to the Syrian son.
And that was what happened. That was what happened leading up to the third Syrian war. Because Ptolemy Philadelphus ended up marrying off his daughter. I think her name was
Bernice.
Bernice, was to the king of the north, which was Antiochus Theos. And it was that all that crap that happened with the wife and the ex-wife ended up killing Antiochus Theos, and then she ended up plotting a snare to kill Bernice, is what started the third Syrian war. That's what we went into last week. Now we're here, and when Ptolemy, Philadelphia's son, Ptolemy the third Eugenes, he came in and went to war because he lost his sister. They wiped out and they took major chunks of the Seleucid line's land in their port cities and major parts of Anatolia, which is Turkey. So with all that being said, we went over the first three Syrian wars last week. Now we're going to ramp it up and focus on the fourth and the fifth Syrian wars, dealing with this next king, Antiochus III the Great. This is the father of Antiochus Epiphanes, the one that did all that damage to the sanctuary. But this is his dad. We're going to read about what he did, the wars he started, the many sorrows he brought to the Jews, and the many concessions he gave to the Jews because of their loyalty. There's a lot here. Hopefully we can get to 9 verses to properly explain all the history that Antiochus had.
This is still the prequel to the Maccabees.
If that's what you want to call it, you gotta create a different way. The prequel. This is the prequel to the Maccabees. Yes, this is why I say Daniel's 11 is a bridge that you need to get you to the Maccabees. That is rarely talked about. This is why it's important. You need this to help fill in a lot of the history that's not explained in other chapters of the Bible. And it also gives you credence as to how this information ties directly in to the Josephus. And you need the two to bridge this period of time that's not elaborated in the Bible.
My question would be this: is that called the intertestamental period? Because they have.
I don't want to get all deep. It's the middle part. It's Daniel's 11 gives you a bridge between the beginning of the Greek Empire and the meat and potatoes of it that leads you to the abomination, the desolation. It is talked about in the scriptures multiple times.
I'm just saying, you have the Old Testament, then you have the New Testament. That middle time period between those two.
I don't have the name. Maybe that's what they call it.
It's called.
I'm just trying.
I don't know. Maybe Esau calls it. I just didn't know that was the name. So I'm not saying no. I'm just saying
Some scholars call it that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying. While I was going to church, you would just go from Old Testament, New Testament, and then they would say there's 40 years missing because they never gave us the Apocrypha in church.
And it's not missing. And this is part of the 400 years that explains these wars between two rival Edomite people fighting over the same turf. Okay, so let's get verse 10.
Daniel's 11, verse 10. But his son shall be stirred up.
When it says his son, they're talking about the lineage of the northern kingdom. They're going to get stirred up. Okay, read on.
And shall assemble a multitude of great forces.
And shall assemble a multitude of great forces. Read on.
And one shall certainly come.
That one that shall certainly come is talking about Antiochus III, which is referred to as Antiochus III the Great. He's the one that starts to rise up out of the Seleucid line, which was taking L's. The Seleucid line was taking L's in all these other wars. There was 3 Syrian wars leading up to this point, and the Seleucid line was losing all of them. And they were progressively losing their original territory. This is an image online of what of what their original landmass was. You see the gray is the Seleucid line, but what happened is it was the gray area and the orange. The orange is Antigonus's land, when all the wars were rocking and rolling, both of these lands got captured and controlled by the Seleucid line. Okay? Now, the Seleucids initially had both of these lands, the orange and the gray. And then, after these like 3 wars, a lot of these lands were getting chipped away. You see in the Israelite area, what is called Syria, you see a lot of blue that is controlled by the Ptolemaic line, and a lot of the blue is dealing with the port cities, and your money and your power and your trade and influence is in your port cities, which was being controlled by the Ptolemaic line.
Is that modern day Syria, Lebanon, Israel, and Cyprus?
That whole Syria that whole Syria region is dealing with Syria, Tyre and Zidon, Philistia, and even Israel. Okay, and even Israel. So those lands were controlled by the Ptolemies, and over fights, you even see up in the top near Anatolia, which is in Turkey, there's a blue space. So the Ptolemies were getting leverage also in Turkey. So what's happening now in verse 10 is that Antiochus III is like, okay, his aspirations and dreams was to expand the kingdom back to what it used to be. Expand their territory back to what it used to be, and then eventually to get further land and further empire. This is what Antiochus was about.
Isn't that the same motivation as Putin though?
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not actually.
But Ukraine, they lost Ukraine. They want to get back to where it used to be.
No, I can't even give them that, because the reason Russia went into Ukraine was because America kept saying they're going to make Ukraine part of NATO, and they're going to keep bringing NATO closer to Russia, and it kept going against the original treaties that Russia and America had made since '91. When Russia decided to dissolve Russia and dissolve communist Russia, the only condition they had to America was not to push NATO past Western Germany. Okay. And then ever since Russia fell, they moved Germany. They cut the wall down, and they brought NATO to East Germany. Then they kept bringing NATO further east.
Okay.
And they kept breaking a pact that was made in the early 90s, and America never kept their agreements. So now they're like on the doorstep. Just imagine Russia says, yeah, we're gonna sit back here and take Mexico and make them part of the USSR, or make them part of the Russian Federation. Mm-hmm. You think the United States is going to let Russia get to Mexico?
No, sir.
You think the United States is going to let Russia get to Canada?
Nope.
But it's okay that the United States goes to Ukraine. That doesn't make sense. So because of that, and because Eastern Ukraine is predominantly Russian, they don't tell you that also.
We went to war at the Bay of Pigs because we didn't want Soviet missiles in Cuba.
That is the point. But they don't tell you. What they don't tell you, Septuagint, is why Russia went to Cuba and brought missiles to Cuba. What? You know why Russia brought missiles to Cuba? Because America brought missiles to Turkey.
Oh,
they don't tell you that one.
Never say that.
They brought missiles to Turkey. Turkey's a hop, skip, and a jump from Russia. So Russia said, we got to put missiles and bombs at Cuba.
Yeah. Because
you guys can't keep pushing your way on us, and we don't respond. You see, it's always a one-way.
Yeah.
The message is always a one-way concept. So what's happening is, Russia's like Eastern Ukraine is predominantly Russian. They speak Russian. They've maintained the Russian culture. And for 10 years, since 2014, Ukraine was bombing Eastern Ukraine. They don't tell you that either. So for 10 years, they were bombing Eastern Ukraine, the Donbass. What? They don't tell you that. And Russia stayed neutral and allowed the Eastern Ukrainian militia to fight their own battles. There's a lot about that story that's not advertised online and to regular media. They just want to say Putin's the bully that wants land. But they're forcing him to come out of the lands that were agreed upon in 91.
And it's important that we bring this up because we may have skipped from the Seleucid Empire straight to Russia, but when we talk about these prophecies, it's going to foretell America and Russia also in Daniel's.
Because at the end of Daniel's 11, after the breakdown and the explanation of the entire Ptolemy and Seleucid lines, there's still going to be class and aspects that are talking about the king of the north and the king of the south. Because regardless if Israelites were there during the Greek time, we were the ones catching the residual and catching the what's the word?
Effect,
The effect, the lasting negative effect of the wars between two resisting Edomite factions. We're going to be sitting back here in these end times and catching the residual of these two warring Edomite nations. What's going to happen when our children get the call to sit back and go to war?
Yeah.
You don't think we got to feel that? What if the draft gets instituted? You think we don't feel that? We're going to feel the residual impact of having to fight these Ruskies. It's like our children in the time of Daniel's 11 were feeling the effect of what Antiochus III in particular was going to do. So let's get verse 10 from the top.
That's why this is such a good
This is why it's relevant, and it's just not a war and Shamshwan down here talking about white boys fighting each other out. Because that was the vibe I was feeling last week. Like, man, these guys are sitting back listening to us like these guys just talking about white boys all day. Like we wanted to talk about white boys in history. It's not about that.
The Doc Martin, they guys had a fist fight in the parking lot.
It's not about that. And vans. In vans. In those suede vans that jack up your socks. Anyway, that's it's not that. This is really literally showing, and also it shows the Bible is a geopolitical book. And it gives you geopolitical history. And that's how the Most High frames a lot of the story.
So it's not a book of religion.
It's not. Well, let's go. Let's get verse 10.
Daniel's 11, verse 10. But his sons shall be stirred up.
The sons of the kingdom, the northern kingdom that lost that territory in the third Syrian war. Read on.
And shall assemble a multitude of great forces.
Mm-hmm.
And one shall certainly come and overflow and pass through. Then shall he return and be stirred up even to his fortress.
All that talk is just explaining that Antiochus III is going to get stirred up, and he's going to sit back here and gain forces, and he's going to start going and coming and overflowing and passing through the territories that his Seleucid line had once maintained. Okay? And it says, and be stirred up. Then it says, and pass through. Then shall he return. Now this is talking about the king of the south. And be stirred up, even to his fortress. So what it's saying is, in the process of Antiochus III making the decision to start working his way west and south, he's starting to establish victories. He's starting to sit back here and win wars, small skirmishes, and it stirs up the king of the south, even to his fortress. What it's saying is, because of Antiochus III's push, now you got Ptolemy IV, Philopator, in Egypt. Now he's stressing out, figuring out that he got to assemble this massive army in a retaliation to Antiochus III's southern push. And the fear is that Antiochus III was going to make it to his fortress. His fortress is in Egypt. Ptolemy IV's fortress is in Egypt. Now, as I'm explaining this, we're going to sit back here and just read the textbook storyline and see if what I am saying fits in with the storyline. Okay. Now it says the Syrian war, it lasted from 219 BC to 217 BC. The war was over the cold Syrian region. I just put a picture over it. That cold Syrian region is Syria. It is Phoenicia, which was Tyre and Zidon. It's Israel. It's eastern Syria, and it's parts of Mesopotamia, which is like Iraq. So that was the disputed territory because there was riches, there was trade routes, there was a lot of natural resources that Antiochus III and his people once had jurisdiction over, but now they don't. So the war was over that. And according to history, Antiochus III was working his way down through Syria, and he was starting to control ports in Syria and working his way down. And the threat was that Antiochus III was going to come down and even invade Egypt if he had the chance, if he wasn't stopped. Now, let's keep reading. Ptolemy the Fourth. No, I'm reading, not you. Ptolemy the Fourth, Philopator, he reigned from 238 BC to 205 BC, versus Antiochus III the Great. He ruled from 223 to 187 BC. They said in the fourth war, which he initiated, Antiochus III initiated, Antiochus III, well, this is what happened at the end. Antiochus III ends up losing at the end, and he concedes Cold Syria to Ptolemy IV, whose victory was in Raphia in Palestine, Gaza. We're going to all that. The end result of the war was that Antiochus III lost. But before he lost, let me show you real quick how far he reached. Raphia is at the damn bottom.
Yep, Idumea.
Yeah, it's close to Egypt. So he went all the way down and was taking these towns all throughout cold Syria. And Ptolemy IV made a last-ditch effort to finish off and fight him off at Raphia, which is at the bottom part of this was it. This was all hands on deck. If we don't stop him here in Gaza, he's a hop, skip, and a jump away from getting to Egypt and invading Egypt. So when you see the Battle of Raphia, that was the last one. That was the last battle.
That was like a doorstep to the Ptolemaic Empire.
That was the point. That's why it said, and you read in verse 10 where it says he will be stirred up even to his fortress. Because Antiochus III is making all of this headway, working down.
And
he was a legitimate threat to take out Egypt.
And all of that at one point in time used to be a Ptolemaic Empire.
Mm-hmm. All that was Ptolemy. The whole Syrian region was the Ptolemies at the time, but Antiochus III wanted what his forefathers once had. Over the first three Syrian wars, they were losing all this territory.
I think you brought it up last week of how they wanted back as far back as what Philip of Macedonia had when they were in Greece. They were in Greece.
Well, that was his final goal, was to get his own territory, his Seleucid Nicator, which is the first one. He wanted his land back from that guy.
Yeah.
And establish that. So he gets almost to the end of cold Syria and loses. And they said that battle lost as many people as the Battle of Ipsus did when all three of the generals fought against Antigonus to take Antigonus out in Turkey. So this was a massive battle that was bloody with massive losses on both sides. The problem is, in the process of this bloody war, who's dying?
We are.
Our people are dying. Because we just read many weeks ago about the Israelites were back in the Ptolemies.
No different than Vietnam. No different than
WW2.
WW2.
All these fights.
The war I read, it was a lot of our people.
Yes.
Dying. As usual.
So what's happened? We're going to read in a bit about how we were fighting and backing up Antiochus III in War II. So we were on his side. Some of us were on his side. Some of us were on the Ptolemaic side. So a lot of our blood is being spilled fighting a white man's war. Does that sound familiar?
That sounds way...
The things written before time are written for your learning. All this stuff we're going through now has happened before. So we're fighting, we're picking a side and dying for that side. So we're down here in Raphia fighting and dying. But there's more context to this. Okay? Now to get specific, leading up to this battle of Raphia that the king of the north lost and Ptolemy IV won, it says, following the defection of one of Ptolemy's best commanders, Egypt's Syro-Palestinian territory was seriously threatened, which is called Syria, was seriously threatened by Antiochus III. the Seleucid ruler. When the Seleucid ruler in 219 captured some of the coastal cities, like I was saying, he was sitting back here capturing coastal cities like Phoenicia, Tyre and Zidon, all the coastal cities are what you got to take over, because that's how you start establishing ports, the control of the ports, control of the trade.
Yeah.
So
Ports and
he's working his way down after conquering the coastal cities along the coast, along the edge of cold Syria.
And then there was a group of islands right in the Mediterranean that they were fighting for also.
Well, that's later.
Okay.
That's later. But now that he's just in a land war taking over this coastline. Okay? So now it says, when the Seleucid ruler in 219 BC captured some of the coastal cities, Sosabias, which was the general of the Ptolemaic Empire, and the Ptolemaic court entered into delaying negotiations with the enemy, while the Ptolemaic army was reorganizing and intensively drilled. So what they're saying is, Antiochus was working his way south. The Ptolemaic Empire was kind of wasting their time and saying that they were going to sit back here and establish some type of term of surrender, but they didn't finalize it. Because what they were doing, they were waiting to get their military ready to go to war in response to Antiochus. So now it says, when the Ptolemaic army was reorganized and intensely drilled, so grave was the threat that for the first time under Ptolemaic regime, native Egyptians were enrolled in the infantry and cavalry and trained in phalanx tactics. What it's saying is they were so scared that the Antiochus III regime was going to wipe them out and get to Egypt that they took their lower class citizens, the Egyptians, and put them into war and got them ready to fight in this battle. Listen, in Ptolemaic Egypt, the Greeks were the number one in society. We were number two. And the Egyptians were third in their own city. They were the lowest class citizens in their own country. So what was happening is when you read in verse 10, it said, and pass through, then shall he return and be stirred up even to his fortress.
And you had Samaritans.
They're saying he was stirred up. They were saying the Greeks were stirred up and they were shook to the point where they had to start drafting Egyptians and training them to bolster their army to get ready to fight Antiochus. Because what the Ptolemies, they were buying their time to train more guys to come back and hit Ptolemy with everything to hit Antiochus with everything they got, because the threat of Antiochus was real. You seeing how the actual story ties in with the prophecy? It ties in hand. Okay. Then it said, in 2018, a year later, the negotiations collapsed, and Antiochus renewed his advance, overrunning Ptolemy's forward defenses. Once again, he's overrunning the defenses that he already has set up with other military branches that are already installed in Israel's region. So he's got our people since the beginning of Ptolemy 1. He was using our people as what? Military and police.
Cannon fodder.
We were cannon fodder. We were military and police. So who do you think's up here along with the other nations trying to fend off Antiochus' run to get to the south? We're the ones sitting back here dying and spilling blood for the Ptolemies.
Just like the
Vietnam, Civil War. Christmas addicts.
Yeah.
Who's sitting back here, the first nigga to die over some T-tax act.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't pay taxes.
I'm down for you, Mr. Charlie.
Listen, you will go down in history. He is the best Negro in 100 years.
He's the model.
Yes.
Let all Negroes be
like this man. That's he. We need more Negroes to take more bullets for the white man. But listen, this has been happening. We were taking bullets for the Ptolemies. We were taking bullets for Antiochus the Great. It's the same thing.
That makes sense. Nothing is new.
So as he's working his way south, he's engaging more of our people because he's got to get to Samaria, which our people are still staying in. He's got to get through the rings of Jerusalem. And so he's using all those guys, and they're sending men from Egypt that are our people to fight against them there too. But that battle of Raphia was the last of the mini battles. There were a bunch of mini battles leading up to getting to this point. You don't just get from all the way to from Persia to this spot with one fight.
Yeah, that's
it's
like
mini battles.
That's like having all of your major military components losing in battle, and then you gotta bring about some militiamen as your last stand to defend your nation. That's like a ragtag group of fighters that you had to quickly train and just throw them in there because that was your last defense.
Well, it's that, and it's the fact that Antiochus had more numbers. It wasn't like the Ptolemies had nothing. They had soldiers, but they had to add more to the pot because Antiochus came strong with a larger number of people. So now we're here. Antiochus renewed his advance, overrunning Ptolemy's forces in the spring of 217 BC. However, Ptolemy's new army met the Seleucid forces near Raphia in southern Palestine, which is near Gaza. And with the help of the Egyptian phalanx, Ptolemy was victorious. Although holding the initiative, the Egyptian king, on Sosabias' advice, negotiated a peace, and a Seleucid army withdrew from cold Syria. So what they're saying is the military head of the king of the south said, man, let's just do peace and get these guys out of here because we almost lost. We can sit back here and try to put and apply more pressure and try to finish off Antiochus, the king of the third, north, but we have to recoup ourselves. So let's fade back, establish peace, and let him leave. Okay? So then Ptolemy IV wins the largest battle since the Battle of Ipsus, which I explained earlier. But the problem is the Ptolemaic dynasty was weakened after the Battle of Raphia in 217 BC. This is history. Now let's go back to the scriptures, Yohanada, and read 10, and we're going to read 11. We're going to see if the history coincides with the scripture. Read verse 10 again.
Daniel's 11 and verse 10. But his sons shall be stirred up, and shall assemble a multitude of great forces. And one shall certainly come, and overflow, and pass through.
Stop. All that's talking about Antiochus III gathering his army in a large number to regain the land that he had once lost from previous of his grandfather and great-grandfather and so forth and so on. He's trying to reestablish glory in the Seleucid line. Read on.
And be stirred up, even to his fortress.
And so now the Ptolemies are stirred up even to their fortress, to where they have to sit back and make these decisions and bringing in the Egyptians and going all hands on deck to protect their Egyptian way of life. Read verse 11.
And the king of the south shall be moved with choler.
The king of the south shall be moved with choler, anger. Now the Ptolemaic line is angry, they're vexed, and they're responding to the Antiochus III, or the king of the north's advance southward. They are responding to what Antiochus III is initiating. Read on.
And shall come forth and fight with him.
So now the king of the south comes forth to fight against the king of the north. Read on.
Even with the king of the north. And he shall set forth a great multitude.
So what he's saying is the king of the south is also bringing in a great multitude to retaliate against the king of the third. And the major battle was Raphia in 217 BC. But there were other fights that Antiochus III was winning for 2 years, leading up to that third climactic battle in 217 BC. Read on.
But the multitude shall be given into his hand.
But it's saying is the victory ends up turning up that the king of the south gains the victory. Like history said. Antiochus got land, but then he lost at the end and had to leave the entire region. So the king of the south wins, but they win at a great cost. Read on.
Didn't you say last week that they were winning wars or whatnot, but they were losing because they were losing?
We're going to go into it. We're going to go into it. Read verse 12.
Come. And when he had taken away the multitude.
So what happened is the king of the south, he won. And he says he took away the multitude because in the peace treaty, the king of the north had to leave. So he took away the multitude. The king of the north and all of his army left that cold Syrian region. Got it on the map again. They left that region and went east. So they got rid of the multitude. Read on.
His heart shall be lifted up.
So what ends up happening is the king of the south, which was Ptolemy the fourth Philopator, started having bad policy. Because when a person's heart is lifted up, that means his economic policies, his governing policies, how he treats the people in his country is neglected. So what's happening in this instance, what we're about to read in the history side, is that Ptolemy, for all those Egyptians that were militarily trained, they came back home and they were treated like what? Third-class citizens still. Just like black men, and remember, dead presidents out. We sit back here fighting America's war, getting all this expensive machinery. Yeah. They come back, they're in the hood again.
You ain't never
smoking Lucky Strikes with no job, with PTSD.
Hooked on chemicals.
Opioids.
Heroin.
Yeah.
That's why I said opioids. Like just bad drugs. Heroin. I mean, you don't say heroin, you say heroin.
I'm just saying. I remember the movie.
That's what I'm saying. Money to point. All that stuff, right? All of that, yes. But my point is this. The Egyptians come back after war and are still treated like third-class citizens. And there was a lot of internal strife in Egypt. And it's partially based upon Ptolemy's bad leadership policies. And we're going to read about this in a second. Read that verse 12 again.
God. Daniel 11, verse 12. And when he had taken away the multitude, his heart shall be lifted up, and he shall cast down many 10,000.
It's those many 10,000s that he used to help him fight in his wars. When they came back from the wars, they weren't treated right. They were brought back to second and third class citizen status, and it started internal strifes within Egypt. Read on.
But he shall not be strengthened by it.
He isn't strengthened by the move he made to cover his tail. The move that the Ptolemies made to bring these Egyptians in and to train them and elevate them to save their way of life ends up biting them in the tail in the long run, because these same Egyptians start attacking them and fighting for freedom and fighting for their niche in society. So what's happening now, Ptolemy IV has internal problems in their nation. He sat back here and temporarily won and protected that Syrian region, but when he got home, his internal strife and wars and rebellions. This is what he's facing. So, we're going to sit back here. After the Battle of Raphia in 217 BC, it says the Ptolemaic dynasty was weakened after the Battle of Raphia. They lost men, they lost resources, they were low on army, and it says after Raphia, Ptolemy married his sister. That's what they do. Arsinoe, who bore him a successor in 210 BC, which ended up being Ptolemy V, Epiphanes. It says the Egyptians, however, sensing their power, rose in a rebellion described as a war of guerrilla warfare. Okay? By 205, the revolt had spread to Upper Egypt. So what's happening is they had a revolt and an insurrection, and that revolt, that Egyptian revolt, is historic, went from 206 BC to 185 BC.
That's a long time.
That's 21 years of internal revolt in your city. That means your country is falling apart with riots and guerrilla warfare, guerrilla tactics. They're in, they're out. It's like when the United States was in Iraq, and that was guerrilla warfare. When they had women in their outfits sitting back here having bombs and throwing bombs and blowing locations up,
or bringing bomb-laced babies to the soldiers.
Kind of not. And sitting back here blowing your whole territory up, it's hard to figure out where they're coming from. But once again, they learn these tactics from who? the Greeks, who set them up to get them ready to go to war. So they weren't strengthened by the move that they used to temporarily sustain their empire. If you want to learn further about it, I'm not going into too much information. There are two names. Hor-Winnefer and Ankh-Winnefer were the two leaders of the rebellion. Horwennefer and Ankwennefer were the two catalysts of this rebellion that lasted for 21 plus years.
Man, these dudes were basically they had to create homemade type of weapons.
Yep.
And use it to break down the infrastructure of the Ptolemies.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the spook that sat by the door.
The spook that sat by the door. Great movie, by the way.
Yeah. You learn what the enemies taught you in war, and then when you get back home, you use it against them.
You teach it to the native people.
Yeah.
And now they were destroying Egypt from within. So, to the south, Ptolemy maintained peaceful relations with the neighboring kingdoms. So they're saying the Ptolemies at this time were at peace with the Ethiopians and the other countries around to the south of Egypt.
Temporarily, right?
No, just this is the landscape of what Ptolemy IV was dealing with. They said in the Aegean Sea, which is up north near the Mediterranean Sea, he retained a number of islands, but in spite of honors granted him, he refused to become embroiled in the wars of the Greek state. So we're going into the wars of the king in the north, king in the south. But Esau was fighting each other up north in Greece also. Esau just sits back here and their whole life is fighting against another nation. When you sit back here and even look at the history of American foreign policy, it's all about one generation to the other, one presidency to the other, and the extension of global conquest and war in other countries. That is what the CIA was created for. To establish wars and conflicts in other countries, to sustain hegemony, and to extend their hegemony. That is what it is. It's all war and conquest. This is what's happening in Daniel's 11. Every king is setting up wars and conquest and attempts to advance empire. This is what Rome was all about. This is what America is all about. This is what Britain was all about. God and country. That's what the sun never set on the British Empire, because their whole tactics was to use their navy and their police state to govern the entire world. This is the mind of Esau.
This is the same game, just different.
Just different
name of territory.
different empires, different languages being spoken, but the same people. So, this Ptolemy had good relationships south of Egypt, stayed out of the wars in Greece. Then it said, in Syria, also Ptolemy avoided involvement in local struggles, though Sosabias, which is his military guy, attempted to embroil Egypt there. So Ptolemy's general, he was the one that had to deal with these Egyptian rebellions. Okay? According to Polybius, which is a writer of the time, Ptolemy's debauched and corrupt character, rather than his diplomatic acumen, kept him clear of foreign involvements. We read earlier in the scriptures how his heart was lifted up.
Yep.
His pride, meaning he was neglecting his duty and was feeding his flesh. That's what the scripture says. Now we're explaining that this is what history says. This guy wasn't concerned with the internal issues with the Egyptians. He wasn't concerned with any geopolitical sustaining of his empire. He won that battle, and he tapped into the flesh after that.
He was almost saying, my job is done.
My job is done. Let me tap into the things I want to tap into, and let my advisors run the roost. He's going to explain that.
Just for me to understand this, he was just basically a selfish guy when it came to his state.
He just neglected the duties of a leader, like a lot of leaders do. Like you read them. You ever see Gladiator 1 when Commodus, he was sitting back here. Remember, he was listening to all those Roman senators talk about how we can get this water from here to there, and the people need this. And he was just sitting back here like, this is boring me. Yeah. He was spinning his sword around like this. Like, this is boring me, man. Let's set up the damn gladiator games again. Let's do that. Like,
the game.
And it was like, sir, we have paperwork needs to be signed. He was like, paperwork should make it work. I want to see men die in the battlefield. That's what I want to do. So that's an example of a king that doesn't care about the running and the governance of society, but cares about the fun and games and making sure the people like them.
Kind of like Biden. Kind of like my car has been hitting a whole bunch of potholes.
Yeah.
The past 3 months, hitting potholes out. Like the streets are bad over here. It was never this bad.
Was that Biden or was that your boy in Texas?
Yeah, it wasn't Habitat. It was never listening.
It's probably Habitat. Biden is not in control of potholes in San Antonio metropolitan area.
The infrastructure is not
Listen,
good.
Biden is messed up, but I can't put it on him.
I'm on the east side. I'm on the east side. I just started driving again because my car got back. I'm already scraping the ground. I'm scraping the floors. All this scraping going on. What's this? The streets are bad.
That's Nuremberg. I got Nuremberg.
Those are called bad struts.
that too.
Yeah.
Well, it's just getting bad. They're getting bad.
So listen. All we're explaining is when the Bible says it was his pride, it was his negligence of domestic affairs.
Okay.
And it was the negligence of the fact that these Egyptians, for a stretch of time, were just running rampant, and he wasn't doing anything about it. Okay.
Just want to bring up a point about the Greeks' mentality. It says, this is about Life of the Greeks 293. It says, both sexes announce or disguise their incomes with jewelry. So the Greeks were big about jewelry. They were big about wearing their money. It says, men wore at least one.
I thought that was a black guy thing.
No, man. That's a white man thing.
I'm glad you brought that out.
It says, men wear at least one ring. Aristotle wears several. The walking sticks of the men may have knobs of silver or gold. Even their walking sticks have silver and gold on them. Gold canes. It says women wear bracelets, necklaces, diadems, earrings, brooches, chains, jeweled chaps, and buckles. Sometimes jeweled headbands about the ankles or the upper arm. Here, as in most mercantile cultures, is because a mercantile culture is a culture by the water. Trade. Cultures that are built upon trade. Mm-hmm. It says here, as in most mercantile cultures, luxury runs into excess among those to whom wealth is a novelty. It says, so it shows you how the Greeks, once they were, they won war, they reaped the benefits and the spoils. The Greeks like to live and show off their money
lavishly.
They like to live lavishly. And the Greeks also had yachts. They had yachts also. So they started focusing on making bigger and better yachts.
Wow. This is crazy.
And this is the lifestyle of Greek rulers and of the Greek people. So it was about how big can your yacht be? And there's one particular yacht. There's one particular yacht in particular that was about 450 feet long, and it had a marble bathtub in the yacht. This is in the Greek Empire. You had marble baths in the yachts.
Wow.
Off the coast.
They were tiptoeing on marble floors.
Tiptoeing in marble floors. In the Greek Empire. So it just shows you when they won war, their minds went straight into luxury. They went straight into, living out my life, showcasing my luxury. And
it lets you know that this bad leader was luxury and not his issues in his domestic scenarios.
Nope.
Okay. And it also lets you know, the funny thing is, this king didn't last very long. His rule was from 221 to 204. This rebellion started in 206. So he's about to die. He don't even know it.
He got 2 years left.
so he didn't even know it. So what's happening is, as his reign progressed, he fell increasingly under the influence of his favorites. His favorite advisors, his favorite people. He listened to them and let them do all the rest of the work. He has faded back to do his thing. And around November 2005, he died. It says his clique of favorites kept Ptolemy's death a secret for a year. So he died in 2005. And his advisors kept it secret to the rest of the world that he was dead, so they can do what? They can take advantage and run the roost.
Well, that sounds exactly like how Biden has been mentally dead for about two to 3 years, but nobody knew that he was declining and was having geriatric doctors visit him.
Yeah.
But nobody was talking about the fact that they had already recognized signs of dementia a long time ago.
Listen, they were telling Biden. I saw an interview a couple weeks ago. They were telling Biden that we're going to sit back here. We need you to sign this paperwork. For one thing, he would sign it, wasn't reading it, and it was for a whole other thing. And an interviewer, one of his senators came and said, "Hey man, you know that you signed this document?" He said, "No, I didn't. I signed a document for this and this." And I forgot what the document was, what they said was for, and what it really was, but it was different. So they were taking an advantage of this man being senile and not reading his information, and they were changing governmental policy right up under his nose.
Yep.
Just like what they would do to somebody who's trying to usurp authority and take advantage of a weaker leader.
Yep.
So this guy told me Philip Pater dies in 2005. It isn't announced till 2004. Then it says his clique of favorites kept Ptolemy's death a secret, and about a year later murdered Queen Arsenal. So he murdered the mother of the heir, leaving the young successor at their mercy. This is what they did. They killed the dad died, the father died. They killed the mother a year later. So now the young king is there, but they're his advisors. Who's this little kid going to listen to?
The advisor.
This kid's like 6 years old. The kid was born in 210. So it's 204. He's 6 years old. And like, what should I do, Uncle Curtis? This is what we should do, man. This is what we're going to do for this kingdom until you gain a
Send you
base.
some money, and then we're going to go over there and get that.
Give me your seal.
Yeah.
Give me your seal, and I will take care of it. So this is what's happening. So, with all that being the case, let's go back. We're going to read 11. We're going to read 10, 11, and 12 so we understand the story, so there's no confusion, and we'll move on from that. We're done.
Daniel 11 and verse 10. But his sons shall be stirred up, and shall assemble a multitude of great forces.
The sons on this scenario is the king of the north, stirred up, meaning inspired, to assemble a multitude of great forces, a large army. Read on.
And one shall certainly come and overflow and pass through.
And pass through the region that's not his. He's working his way through the cold Syrian region that's not his, taking areas and towns and border cities. And many people are dying in this process. Read on.
Then shall he return and be stirred up, even to the fortress.
That's not his. Now it's somewhat the king of the south is stirred up. He's going to return and get his, and now in his fortress, he's got to make ready in Egypt how to retaliate against Antiochus III. Read on.
And the king of the south shall be moved with colors.
This king of the south has to respond to Antiochus' advances. Read on.
And shall come forth and fight with him, even with the king of the north. And he shall set forth a great multitude.
It was a great multitude. It was the largest fight in Raphia since the Battle of Ipsus happened years before, which was the largest battle of all these Edomites coming together in this time period. Read on.
But the multitude shall be given into his hand.
The multitude of the king of the north's men dies, loses, the king of the south wins. We just explained that the Egyptians were added to the king of the south's roster and army to help fight the king of the north. Read on.
And when he had taken away the multitude,
when the king of the north left the region, read on,
his heart shall be lifted up.
He got comfortable. Yep. He started focusing on whatever distractions he had going on, gave himself to his advisors. Read on.
And he shall cast down many 10,000. He
cast all those soldiers that fought for him and defended him that were Egyptian got cast down and forgotten about. Read on. And that started in insurrections. Wow. Read on.
But he shall not be strengthened by it.
He wasn't strengthened by the move of elevating these Egyptians and bringing them back down when they came back. It was a bad move, and it caused 20 years of guerrilla warfare between the Egyptians and the Greeks after that. Okay? Read on.
For the king of the north shall return.
Now here we go. Now we're from verse 13 to 19. We're going to sit back here and finish off Antiochus III. Antiochus III took an L in 217 BC. He comes back. He comes back in 202 BC. For more. He's 15 years. He settles up. But don't forget, in this 15 years that he's gearing up, who's still fighting in 15 years? For 15 years.
The Ptolemies.
The Ptolemies are still fighting these damn Egyptians. that they can't subdue and control. Okay, so
You said he came back in 203?
202.
202.
So now Antiochus III comes back in 202 BC, and they have the Fifth Syrian War. This war goes from 202 until 195 BC. It's a 7-year war. So that means the king of the south is embroiled in conflict, literally from the Fourth Syrian War all the way into the Fifth Syrian War.
And
There's
then-
no break for these people.
And then he outlived his opponent, and then now you got a baby on the throne.
And this is the reason. What you're gonna see is this was why he made the move. He made the move to get his forces together once he found out that it was a child king and that the father and mother were dead. He saw vulnerability, and he wants to expose and exploit the vulnerability in the southern kingdom with a 6-7-year-old king. Okay? So, just a real quick recap leading up to this war. Ptolemy died in 205. The regents reigned a year without announcing the king's death until 204. The regents killed Queen Arsinoe, and then Ptolemy V reigned as a 6-year-old. He reigned from 204 BC to 181 BC. And for a period of time, he was directed by his regents or his advisors. There was one regent, his name was Agathocles, who ruined and helped decline Egypt, and he died in 202. Okay, he was lynched. He was killed because his policies from 204 to 202 was ruining the kingdom. So he gets lynched in 202. So he has, I guess, a different set of advisors, the Antiochus V. But when Antiochus III the Great from the north realizes all this strife in Egypt, he's like, now it's my time to come in and strike.
Of course, because you see a weak country.
You see a weak country, a young leader, the regents and advisors are getting bumped off. It's weakness. And they've been in war this entire time. There's vulnerability. Now Antiochus like, now I can get what I wanted.
That's what Christ said: "A kingdom divided against itself shall not stand."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You can't have a strong core or group or body when the body is divided.
Yep.
And that's why we push unity.
We got to. Because if we're not united at the top, it's going to fall apart anyway.
Well,
So Antiochus sees a flaw. He sees weakness. He's going to exploit it. Let's get verse 13.
Come. Daniel 11, verse 13. For the king of the north shall return, and shall set forth a multitude greater than the
So
former,
he came back stronger than the first time he took the L. Read on.
and shall certainly
Yeah.
come after certain years with a great army and with much riches.
Like Pac said, you'll come at me and come and get your money right.
Yeah.
yeah, don't go to war unless
So
you get your money
Antiochus had
right.
to get his money right. He got his money right. He built back strong with more warriors, with more money. He's going to come back and take and finish what he started the first time. It was 15 years later. He kept stacking and building. So read on. So he comes back stronger, bigger, better. Read on.
And in those times there shall many stand up against the king of the south.
Stop. He says during these times, many are going to war with the king of the south. We read that the Egyptian that war was in the middle of the war during 202. By the time Antiochus comes down, they're already in a civil war.
Yeah.
That civil war went from 206 to 185 BC.
And when did that Fifth Syrian War start?
202.
Mm.
So it's in the middle.
Yeah.
We're getting weakened at home, and Antiochus is coming out to take his property in that cold Syrian region. So Ptolemy's in a jacked up predicament. The young boy.
And keep in mind the Ptolemy, the Greeks were outnumbered by the autonomous population, by the Samaritans, by the Negroes,
Yep.
the Egyptians. They were the minority of the civilization, just like now.
But you know who was fighting for them? Who was fighting them Egyptians in that guerrilla warfare? Us.
Yeah.
We're the ones catching those straits and catching those attacks. And when you're sitting back here listening about how the Ptolemies were being attacked by the Egyptians, don't forget, we were there because we were loyal.
Yeah.
So we're the ones getting killed in sneak attacks by Egyptians. We're the ones that are sitting back here dying, protecting these Edomites protecting their way of life. This is part of the challenge that we, in the strife and the struggles we were going through, these Edomites were duking it out. So, give me verse 14 again. We're going to take our time on this one because let's read that from the top.
God. Daniel 11, verse 14. And in those times there shall many stand up against the king of the south.
The Egyptians were fighting against them. Now Antiochus III was fighting against them and bringing his forces down. The king of the south was being stretched. And they were at their weakest point. What I might have briefly mentioned, but after the fourth Syrian war, the Ptolemies were never the same. Again, they weren't the strength again. That battle of Raphia was the beginning of the end for the Ptolemaic strength in the region. They were diminishing after that. So they're in a weakened state. The Egyptians are fighting and trying to carve out a space for themselves. Antiochus III wants to hold Syria. The Ptolemies' backs are against the wall. And this is what the Bible is saying. Okay? And history is matching up perfectly with it. I want to stop real quick. Do y'all see that? The history and the scriptures are tying in like a glove.
No, yeah.
Okay, so now it says, and in those times there shall many stand up against the king of the south. Read on.
Also the robbers of thy people shall exalt themselves to establish the vision, but they shall fall.
Now, the robbers of thy people are talking about the king of the north. It's talking about Antiochus III. Okay? Now, what we want to do real quick, if you look at the eastward, and you go to Daniel's 11. Get Daniel's. Go to Daniel's. Daniel's 11, verse 14, and you look up robbers. Okay. Robbers in Hebrew, it says peretz. Peretz. And peretz just means violent. Okay? So it says the violent of thy people. Violent, tyrant, destroyer, ravenous, robber. It brings things into context a lot better. Because this verse has been used a lot of times and that says Esau in general. The white man is the robber of people because he stole us and put us in slavery. That's cool, and there's nothing wrong to use that verse for that purpose. But that's not what this verse is talking about. Specifically, this verse is talking about the violent of thy people, the tyrant of thy people, the destroyer of thy people. It shall exalt himself to establish the vision. The violent, the tyrant, the destroyer is talking about Antiochus III. The reason Antiochus III is the violent, the destroyer, the tyrant is because in his lust for power and his lust for conquest and his lust to regain his territory and more, who are the individuals who have to suffer in his world domination schemes? Us. That's why Antiochus III is the destroyer of our people. Because in the midst of him going to war against Ptolemy, he's also going to war against who? Israelites that are defending the Ptolemaic way of life.
Yeah.
We're dying, so he is the robber or the violent one or the destroyer of our people.
Throwing bodies out there.
He's just is a body count. He's killing us, and we're going to read in a very short time that there was a lot of us riding with him, killing our people. So this is why he is the violent of our people. He is the violent of their people.
We lose on both sides.
But he is the initiator of the violence. Because he keeps taking these turns and runs at taking this land that's ours. He's disposing of thousands upon thousands of human lives for this landmass. That includes our region. And this is why he is the robber or the destroyer or the tyrant or the other word, which was
Violent.
destroyer and robber and the violent of thy people. Does that make sense? Are we sure? Let's go back and read verse 14 from the top.
James 11, verse 14. And in those times there shall many stand up against the king of the south. Also the robbers of thy people shall exalt themselves to establish the vision.
Listen, Antiochus III, the king of the north, is the violent and the destroyer of our people. He is the one that is responsible because of his conquest and initiation of war. Violence and death happened to our people. And it said, shall exalt themselves to establish the vision. His vision was to regain the territory that his forefathers had. Also, part of the vision is once he restored the land and territory his forefathers had, the other part of the vision was to gain and extend out and get to Egypt and take out Egypt and the islands in the Mediterranean that were the Ptolemaic regions.
Okay.
He had global domination in his mind.
That's the motivation for pretty much all these
Yes.
world power
Yes.
contenders.
And he exalted himself to establish the vision, but they shall fail. That vision that he had, or the king of the north had, didn't end up the way he wanted it to. But this is all prophecy. And it's all lining up with what the scripture says and what history shows over time. You want to say something?
Yeah, is there a duplicity in meaning when we're talking about a double meaning when we're talking about he shall establish a vision, which the UN have planned to take out, and you could hear also Netanyahu saying this back in like 2005. We're going to take out 7 Arab countries.
Well, that wasn't Netanyahu. It was the U.S.
Yeah, U.S. saying
Yeah, yeah, U.S. said that. Yeah.
But also for them to start pushing the NATO bases closer to Russia.
Yep.
And that's the plan, is to eventually take out Russia.
Done.
Is that him also establishing the vision?
It's Russia, and it's taking out. It's the Sino-Russian territory. They want to take Sino-Russia out. They want to take China and Russia out. They call it Sino-Russian because they've had unity for many years. But they want to. This is what, going back to history, was what what's his name Tricky Dick. Richard Nixon. He sat back here, and what he did with the policies of the free trade agreement that he made with China, is how he helped break China and Russian relations. Because China and Russia were strong, but what was happening is, if I'm not mistaken, once Mao Zedong and Stalin died, the relationship got weak between China and Russia. America recognized it, start doing deals with China, isolated Russia. And it was all part of the deal to isolate Russia and weaken Russia. And all those moves that were made from the 70s on to the early 90s, that 20-year gap, all the moves were used to break Russia. It took 20 years to weaken Russia and break Russia, and that's what they got accomplished. But the way they broke Russia was to separate relations between Russia and China. So what they want to do still is break Sino-Russian relations, break Russia. If you break Russia's military, China's going to fold economically and just give you what you want. Because they got to feed their people. China, through history, is not the aggressor militarily. They're going to come at you. They're going to come from backdoor policies and business dealings and maybe some
sell you fake
sales in the country.
Sell you some fake meat and then and then give you lead-based poison in all your kids' toys.
Exactly. They sold rat meat as chicken meat. About there was a major report that tons of chicken meat was rat meat. So when y'all get those wings that don't have no bones in them, you'll be careful. Be real. Bones wings, you better watch out.
Well, so be it. Write it down.
That was back then.
Write it down. Boneless meat is dangerous.
It's rat meat.
You don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
That was 2 years ago.
If it's 2 years ago, it's already in your body out.
Too late.
Oh, they put a little flip. It was MSG on it. You ain't gonna know what it is.
This is good.
It's organic.
This is so delicious.
Organic rat.
MSG. Anyway, so what's happening? Yes, listen. The go off what you say. In Job 20, it talks about that. When it says when they're about to eat, the wicked eat to the full, when the Most High is going to come back and destroy them. Their goal is to sit back and control the entire world and have dominance over all these countries and natural resources. This is Esau's mindset across the board. So what we're reading in verse 14 is a microcosm of what Esau does when they have power. They want more power. And they're going to keep fighting. They're going through generations of human beings just to fight over a region.
Yep.
And this is what's happening. But the significance of our people, generations of our people were dying.
Yep.
In the process of repping blue or red, the South or the North.
Yep.
It's the same concept. It's sad, but this is what's happening in the process of conquest. So Antiochus III, which is causing the violence of our people, shall exalt himself to establish the vision of controlling that entire territory of cold Syria and eventually Egypt and those corresponding islands, but they shall fall. It's not going to work. Does that work? And that makes sense so far in the breakdown. Are we clear? I'm gonna take the silence as yes. Okay, there's like yes. Okay, so let's get to verse 15 real quick.
James 11, verse 15. So the king of the north shall come.
So the king of the north, Antiochus III, is going to come down,
and cast up a mount.
Cast up positions, cast up posts,
and take the most fenced city.
And he's taking the most fenced cities of the region. He's working his way down. Okay, he's working his way down, taking advantage of all the fenced cities in the major locations. Now, before we go any further with the verse, hold that. Let me read the story. No, we'll read the verse and then we'll go back to the story. Read on, sir.
Yeah. And the arms of the south shall not withstand.
So he says all the military and the forces of the south, this time, is not going to be able to stop Antiochus III's conquest going southward.
He was patient too.
He was patient, came back, got his money right, got a bigger army, and now he struck at the right time.
And
Don't forget, real quick, Antiochus III was young initially. He was young, he learned from his mistakes, and he came back stronger and more potent.
let me ask you a question. And what you said earlier, they had lost 3 wars.
No, I didn't say
previously.
that. You're saying the Seleucid line had lost 3 wars. They lost the first 3 Syrian. You guys got to be clear with it. The first 3 Syrian wars, the Seleucid kings lost. Yes. Not Antiochus.
Yeah.
The first 3 wars, the Seleucid line lost. And then the 4th war, the Seleucid line lost. This is the 5th war now. Now we're talking about the 5th war. This 5th war, the Seleucid line is going to win.
But both 4th and 5th is under the same king, Antiochus
Yes,
III.
exactly. That's why we're breaking it up really from verse 10 down to 19 because it deals with King Antiochus.
I'm trying to understand north and south because I'm on north and south. So king of the north, king of the south.
The king of the north is Seleucid line.
So
King of the south is Ptolemy.
He lost 4 wars straight.
No, that not. You're trying to say that this guy lost 4. It wasn't that guy. The king of the north is talking about a succession of kings.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The line of kings.
Yes.
Under the ideal scripturally as the king of the north.
Yes. They lost 4 in a row.
I'm just trying to get that conception.
They lost 4 in a row.
I'm not mixing it up. And the king of the south lost this.
They lost 4 in a row.
King of the north was a succession of kings, a family line of kings.
Yes.
This family lost 4 in a row.
Okay. Yes. And they were all fighting over the same cold Syria region.
All the same territory.
That cold Syria region, if we go back online, is that middle region where Israel is included. It's the Phoenicians area.
Yeah.
It's our area. It's the Philistines area.
Yeah.
That whole area was fought over for literally decades.
And this is not forgotten because we have plenty of experiences where there's generational wars, where they just fight generation after generation after generation. This is one of those type of wars.
So pretty much they were warring from like the 280s until like the 180s and 170s.
About 100 years.
So they're going for 100 years of warring.
That makes sense to me.
100 to 120 years of warring in that same region, and generations of our people are dying because of it.
That's why it has such an effect. That's what the
And this is why the
bring it
scriptures.
out.
That's why it's here in
That
the
makes
scriptures
sense.
because it's 100+ years of wars
I got you.
that really are unaccounted for, aren't talked about. What our people suffered significantly
That makes
by
sense.
it. Okay.
I get it.
Okay. So, let's go back to verse 15 again. Yes, from the top.
Daniel 11 and 15. So the king of the north shall come and cast up a mount and take the most fenced city.
That means as he's going down cold Syria, he's taking down all the strongholds of Ptolemy, which is Antioch. Seleucia was one of the major port cities. He's working his way through all the Phoenician territories. He's actually going into Israel and taking. You're going to see in these wars, he's taking over Israel too. Matter of fact, I'm going to read this real quick because it goes alongside with this. Antiochus, okay, 5th Syrian War, 202 BC to 195 BC. Antiochus III took advantage of the young emperor and chaos in the empire. Scopus ended up being the leader of the Ptolemaic army. Antiochus III and Philip V of Macedonia. He had another guy that had control and jurisdiction over Macedon.
Mm-hmm.
They came together. This is partially why the army was so much stronger. He brought another guy
I got you.
with his military resources in with the fight.
Yeah, homie, come
No,
on.
you said Scopus was the leader of the Ptolemaic army
The South.
of the south, but then you said there's two guys that came together.
Antiochus III and Philip V of Macedonia.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Yes.
Philip V of Macedonia.
And that's in Antigonus's province. They defeated Ptolemy V in Scopus in 200 BC at the Battle of Panium. That was the major battle. It was the Battle of Panium, and that was near Damascus. And it's online. You can see the image. The Battle of Panium was near northern Syria, and that battle was in 202 BC. But they were warring from 202 down to 195. So the major battle was in 202, but he still had 5 more years of wars to get the rest of that jurisdiction. I'm just explaining like the major battles that are historically talked about as major turning points in the fight.
Decisive warfare.
Decisive warfare. So the Battle of Panium was decisive, and it ended in they fought in 200 BC.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so now the Battle of Panium, 200 BC, near Damascus. Antiochus III versus Ptolemy V, which is still the child king, and after that victory at Panium, he just kept conquering cold Syria, which is that whole region from Gaza all the way up to Tyre and Zidon, and also Antioch and that area over there north in Syria. So with that being the case, after this victory, and after those series of victories in a 7-year span, the Ptolemaic Empire ceased from being an independent great power. They were completely done. Now, after the 4th Syrian War, they were weakened. After the 5th, they're out of there. They're out of there. Okay? So, with that being the case, now let's go back into the scriptures in verse 15, sir.
Daniel 11, verse 15. So the king of the north shall come and cast up a mount and take the most fenced city.
So he's taking up Panium up in Damascus. He's taking the other fenced cities in the border areas. He's taking Jerusalem. He's going to war and fighting all these southern countries. Read on.
And the arms of the south shall not withstand.
All the armies, all the military of the south, of the Ptolemaic Empire, were not able to withstand his downward progression. Read on.
Neither his chosen people.
Neither his chosen people. Read on.
Neither shall there be any strength to withstand.
So it is saying the king of the south's chosen people. Who are the south's chosen people? Israel. The chosen people of Israel weren't going to be able to withstand Antiochus III's downward progression. There's only one chosen people. So it's saying the Israelites that were choosing and on the side of the Ptolemaic line, they were dying by the thousands defending Antiochus III. And this is why verse 14 said he was the robbers of thy people. He was the one that was the violent one towards our people.
It makes a lot of sense because
Because he was established, his wars ended up causing our people to die and perish and suffer tremendously.
it really is
policy.
the history.
Yes.
It's the history of the Jews because we emphasize and go into the history of Israel having civil wars amongst Israel. Before we were conquered, we had our own nation, our own state, and we were having internal warfare and internal
We
wars.
do it, so you don't think Esau is more bloody?
Yeah, so it's the same dynamic, but we're just under a slave master having these back and forth bloodshed situations.
Yep. Or they're slave masters, but what they're doing is they're saying, "Hey, you guys are citizens, fight for us."
Yeah, that's the cost of being a citizen.
Because this is why the Egyptians caused so much hell when they got trained to fight in the military. They were expecting to be treated like citizens when they came back.
But they weren't.
But they were not allowed to be citizens. So then the anarchy progressed. This is the point. But the Jews were already made citizens many years ago. So if you're a citizen, you're part of the army. You got to fight, G.
Yep. You can vote now, so that's the price of voting. You can vote. You can buy land, and now since you're a citizen, you got to go to war.
So you're saying, Section 1, when we fight for voting rights, this is the
Equal rights.
equal rights. I want equal rights. I want to vote. I want to be equal. I
You're
want
going
to
to
be a
take equal
citizen.
bullets, B.
I want to swim in the same swimming pool.
I want the same water fountain. I want to eat restaurant. I want to I want to be a regular person.
I want to ride the bus too.
I want to ride the bus too.
Yeah.
I want this. I want the dream. When you hear that, I want the dream speech, because Trump just dropped a speech. He just said, we're going to make sure that we, during my administration, have MLK's dream, that we still live this dream. Because I want to thank the blacks and Mexicans that voted for him. But off this conversation in the scriptures, when you're still living the dream, you got to go to somebody's war.
Yeah.
It's glory, bro.
Yeah.
You want to be those dudes in blood holding the American flag, getting shut down?
That's what you voted for.
My thing is, first of all, in that movie, why would you want to hold the flag? Can I get a gun? Your job is to hold the flag. Listen, I need a gun. Somebody else can hold the damn flag. Why do I want to hold the flag? There's zero chance we make it through this battle. That don't even make sense. You think they gonna say, "Well, he's holding the flag. Don't shoot him."
Next man, hold the flag.
They gonna shoot him. He's holding that. Don't stab him with a bayonet. Don't hurt him at all. He's holding a
He has the flag.
He's a flag bearer.
Take that flag.
No, we're gonna kill that guy. Anyway, I never understood that. You're going up a hill, you're slipping and sliding. They throwing they're throwing pitch and fire on you. No, bro, give me a gun. That's not. I kind of diverted that. I'm sorry. When you said the flag, I was like, man, I don't want that job. But that's not cool.
But now, this is all that civil rights, and we want to be equal. This is the cost of being quote unquote equal in the country.
Yes.
Now you got to fight. Now you got to fight their wars.
And die and spill your blood
For generations.
So now we understand
400 years.
for multiple generations. Now you understand
Because you can go to their schools now.
Yes.
That's the cost.
You can go to their schools.
So you're an American citizen.
Yes.
Did you apply the Romans chapter 11 verse 12 to this?
Maybe, but what was it saying?
That the fall of us would be the best.
Not that. No, not that in particular. But just understand, this is why this is in the Bible, because all of these scenarios are affecting our people. And Antiochus is the robber of our people, robber of their lives. To be honest with you,
Stole my life.
He's violent.
Yeah.
And generations are dying because of this guy's ambition.
Or you can say the Bushes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, bro.
Because it was the daddy,
Yeah.
and then it was the son.
Well,
And that was what? The dad had two. He had 2 terms.
Yeah.
8 years. Both of them.
Both had 8 years.
So that was 16 years combined.
Listen, lucky it was a lot of shock and awe and bombs. They're lucky they fought weaker opponents, and that not a lot of our people died, and the casualty numbers were low. But listen, it ain't gonna be the case if you fight Russia, and you got to go to Russia in that code. I went over it yesterday, but they showed a video of these 2 dudes fighting hand-to-hand combat, and it was nothing awesome about it. These guys, the guy that was on the body, they were both wrestling for the sword, the knife. And the guy that was about to get killed, he was trying to hold the knife. His hands were getting bloody. This guy just kept going. Kept going at him. And it was as real as hand-to-hand combat gets.
Wow.
And they were tussling. And then the guy just kept bah, 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 kept getting through his hand and cutting his hand and tearing, gashing in to get through this guy's body. And the Ukrainian was like, I'm done, man. I'm done. Let me be. Just give me space so I can pray to my mother.
Wow.
And I can die in peace. He says, you were the better man today. You were a great man. And the Russian dude just gave him his space and honored him out. He made sure, obviously, he had weapons, but he just gave him his space and let him die.
Let him bleed out.
First, I'm going to tell you this, the Ukrainians are tough as nails. And they're the only ones that give the Russians a run for their money. They are tough, rugged, damn individuals. I'm going to say these Sega playing game cats out here, these video game Call of Duty dudes,
Yeah.
they don't stand a chance.
PlayStation, huh?
That's why I said Sega. I'm being silly.
Yeah.
But these PlayStation 5 dudes who are comfortable, that don't know what suffering really looks like, you get in hand-to-hand combat situations, you in really adverse conditions. Bro, we don't stand a chance in that hand-to-hand combat stuff. And Esau knows that. That's why they allowed the Ukrainians to fight the Russians. The Ukrainians are as tough as the Russians. But you bring these outside guys, I never forget, I saw when this war started, they brought mercenaries out there. And there were some American mercenaries, and they videotaped what was happening. And they got in the car, they did the little attempt to fight, and they escaped, and they got in the car, and they were rolling out and said, listen, bro, they're like, whew, these dudes is moving. These guys are ready to go. These guys are moving hot. That's serious. That was intense. That was intense. These are U.S. military guys saying, these boys know what they're doing. And he didn't say we couldn't handle it, but he was shook. And he didn't think combat was going to look like that. And he was a mercenary. So he'd been in action. And he was still tripping like, man, these boys, their maneuvers are legit.
Yeah.
They know how to operate. This is a damn problem.
Yeah, because you can't take off your VR headset.
Yeah.
And then get back to reality. That is your reality.
And it's a real thing. And their maneuvers are aggressive. They're tactical. They're skilled. And they're going to get you. So listen, bro. Our people, hopefully the nukes come. We don't got to get into a hot war. And it's just bombs. We get out of here. But if we start getting drafted, it's a problem.
Korea and Russia came together, and the Russians sent the Koreans out to fight in Ukraine. And when they got out there, they started to leave. They didn't want no parts of it. They're trying to get away from Korea because now they're getting on their phone and they're finding out that all the lies have been told, or major lies.
I'm going to say that's a maybe. And I say it's a maybe that the Koreans went out there because they have not shown any pictures of how these guys look. And the funny thing is, even that guy who killed the Ukrainian guy that did an interview with him, he looks like a Korean. And he speaks pure Russian. What they don't tell you is that Russia is full of dudes that look Korean.
No, they have Mongolian features.
That's the point. They look like they're Asian. And Russia is full of people in the East that look like Mongolians and some type of Asian look. But they speak, I think they use that North Korean scenario just to sit back and justify the ideology that we got to bring more NATO people in here. Because there's no real proof. They said North Koreans, I did hear those reports, but they used very grainy footage to explain it. So those guys were North Koreans. Well, they didn't sit back here. They didn't have North Korean patches. You couldn't see their uniforms. You couldn't see anything. They just showed people of guys scattering out. But then when you see these Russians, some of these Russians look like Koreans.
Yeah.
So it's like, are they really Korean, or they're Eastern looking dudes that are Russian that speak Russian? The crazy thing, those dudes those Mongolian dudes were some of the most vicious fighters that the Russians were using in World War II. These dudes were feral damn near out. They said these guys were crazy.
Those are all the Genghis Khan children.
Khan, huh?
Yeah, Khan, baby.
Khan, huh?
All the Khan babies.
They were maniacs in the 40s. And they still got them in reserves. They didn't even, listen, Russia got a 1 million man army without even trying. Highly trained 1 million man army. They only lost 120-something thousand people. Ukrainians lost 1 million. That is the disparaging number. 120 to 150 lost Russians and 1 million lost Ukrainians.
Yeah, on those Koreans.
And Ukrainians are tough.
On those Koreans, they say that the Koreans were still using World War II tactics. They were charged, the Ukrainians, in a group, and they were dying in bigger numbers when they tried to charge in a group. They weren't used to that type of warfare that they have over there, and they weren't familiar with drone warfare. They kept getting picked off by drones, so they had to call their troops back to reassess the battlefield because they were still fighting in a World War II mentality.
And all I can say, that's why I say, if it's true in the first place, because it's hard sometimes to trust Western media. It's very difficult to say what you hear on Reuters and the BBC, the British Broadcasting. It's hard to determine if that information is valid, if it's true, and if it is, I guess my skepticism about it is, why would a 1 million man army need these guys to come in and mess up the situation? Now, what I did hear is if they were going to be sent, they were sent into Kursk, which is in Russia. I heard that if they were going to do it, they are under their right as Russians to allow the North Koreans to fight in Russia. But against in military law, if you sent the North Koreans to Ukraine, now you're violating international law, and it gives the United States grounds to send more guys into fighting. But Putin is too smart to get caught on some technicality like that. So if they did go to help, they might have been some cannon fodder inside Kursk when the Ukrainians came in and took Kursk over for a short period of time. Now it's almost over at that point. But maybe they're in Russia. Maybe. But I doubt very seriously that they're in Ukraine. You hand up? Okay. So let's keep going. Let's get back on point. Let's read. Matter of fact, you got to head out. Let's get that 1 minute.
Tahawam Rakha, Shah Shabata, Bana Shah, Banya Sha'Allah.
Tahawam Rakha, Shah Shabata, Bana Shah, Banya Sha'Allah. I'm with you.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua.
All right. So let's get verse 15.
Daniel chapter 11 and verse 15. So the king of the north shall come and cast up a mount, and take the most fenced cities, and the arms of the south shall not withstand.
So the south, the king of the south, and all their military outposts. Think about it this way. The king of the south had forts and strongholds, not just in Egypt, but all in his territory up in the cold Syrian region. So all of his military outposts were being knocked down and destroyed by Antiochus III's military. So this takes a period of time. This is why this war lasted 7 years. Because he's going from fort to fort, military establishment to military establishment, knocking out these jurisdictions and claiming the entire region. Okay, read on.
Neither his chosen people.
So the king of the south, the Israelites that chose to back him, that chose to back the Ptolemies. Read on.
Neither shall there be any strength to withstand.
What we're going to explain very soon is that there were factions of Israelites that served the Ptolemies, not just in Egypt, but also in Palestine, also in Samaria. And then there was also factions of Israelites in Samaria and in Israel, Jerusalem, who supported Antiochus III. and they were fighting over it, and there was a lot of internal warfare amongst our people as to what side they should serve. Okay, so continue.
But he that cometh against him shall do according to his own will.
But he says, but he that comes against the king of the south. The Antiochus the third is he that comes against him, which is the king of the south. Read on.
Shall do according to his own will.
Antiochus the third is going to do what he wants to do, and he's going to destroy and attack the majority of the holdings of Ptolemy the fifth Epiphanes. Read on.
And none shall stand before him.
There was not going to be anybody that gets in Antiochus the third's way as his conquest goes south over this 7-year period. Read on.
And he shall stand in the glorious land.
And it says, Antiochus the third will stand in the glorious land. Where and what is the glorious land?
Wow.
Jerusalem. Antiochus the third conquers all the way through some Syria and is in the chosen land of Jerusalem and is allowed to go into the doors of Jerusalem, destroy the insurgents, and get the backing of the rest of the nation. This is the prophecy, and we're about to read into Josephus when it actually happened. Once again, everything we're explaining in Daniel's 11 is proven through history. This is not opinion. Okay?
And way before it happened.
And way before it happened. Daniel's prophesying skills is out of this world. Mm-hmm. Daniel's, Ezra's, John the Revelator, these guys are outstanding. And it's also proof that the Bible is true and real. And all these skeptics really can't explain it. They can't explain how Daniel was so on point with this information. But this is why Esau likes to say, well, this was a different writer at this time. No, it wasn't. This is Daniel. He wrote all this. Stop lying.
You can't explain this.
You can't explain this. Okay? So, because this is the same book that the high priest showed Alexander to prove that he was in the Bible. Remember? Mm-hmm. That's what was talked about in the Josephus. So, the Bible is true, and let everybody else be a liar. So, read verse 16 again.
Verse 16. But he that cometh against him shall do according to his own will.
And that's talking about the king of the north. I keep elongating the information because king of the north and king of the south can be confusing at times. So that's why I keep saying it over and over again. So the king of the north is the one that will come against the king of the south and do according to his will. Read on, his own will.
And none shall stand before him.
There's not going to be anybody that gets in the way of Antiochus III's dominance. Continue.
And he shall stand in the glorious land, which by his hand shall be consumed.
And he's going to sit back here and stand in the glorious land, Jerusalem, which by his hand, Antiochus III's hand, shall be consumed. We just read about how he was the robber or the violent, destructive person of our people. Because his war, his initiation of war, his bloodlust, his landlust, his ambition had a major part in destroying our people. Okay? Now we're going to read about how Antiochus III treated our people, and he treated Israel with a lot of concessions and respect and love, but that don't change the fact that his policies destroyed our people.
Yeah, people,
and his ambitions destroyed our people.
Esau is known for giving flowery language and giving so-called, positive symbolic gestures.
He used some food stamps.
Yeah.
Some Section 8 housing.
But look what the effect of it was on the people.
So you're going to read, gifts were given. Gifts were given. Concessions were given. Considerations were given. But at a major cost to our people and the city. Okay? Now, what we're going to do, real quick, is we're going to go into the Josephus to make sure that everything we just read is properly explained. But just for the sake of context, from 218 BC to 198 BC, there was warfare in the region. From 218 BC to 198 BC, there was warfare in the Syrian or the cold Syrian region. It was a lot of death, a lot of destruction, not just for the Jews, but everybody who lived around that region. There was a lot of suffering and a lot of pain for them. Okay, so let's go to Josephus, book 12, chapter 3, and we're going to read paragraph 3 and 4. It's a lot of reading, but it's worth it, and it gives clarity to what we've been reading in Daniel so far. Chapter 12, book 3, chapter 12. I'm sorry, book 12. Salakia, book 12, chapter 3, paragraph 3.
Okay. Antiquity of the Jews, book 12, chapter 3, paragraph 3, line 129.
We're going to take our time at least with the first portion because there's a lot of information in this first portion. Read that.
Page 316. Now it happened that in the reign of Antiochus the Greek.
So once again, Antiochus the Great. That's Antiochus the Great.
The Great.
Which is Antiochus the Third. So it's the same guy we're talking about. In Antiochus the Third's reign, read on.
Who ruled over all Asia.
When they say Asia, they're talking about from Anatolia, Turkey, all the way through Persia and the Parthian regions, which is far east past India. Okay? So he reigned all of that area, and I'll show you real quick online what that area looks like. Very far east. When it says Asia, it's really from Turkey all the way east. And that was his jurisdiction. Continue.
That the Jews, as well as the inhabitants of Cilicia,
cold Syria, as well as the inhabitants of cold Syria.
It says Cilicia, but it's
okay, Cilicia, but it's cold Syria. Same thing. Yeah. No, but it's still cold Syria. Is it an E or?
No, it says Cilicia. It says Cilicia in this particular Joseph.
Okay, mine is a little old. Yeah. So okay, Cilicia, cold Syria, same thing. Maybe the O is silent. I don't know. So it says, so that the Jews, as well as the inhabitants of Cilicia, read on,
suffered greatly.
And once again, this is why Daniel's 11 is even there. Because it explains how the Jew suffered tremendously during these wars that Antiochus III initiated. This, what's being said in the Josephus ties in to verse 14 of Daniel's and verse 16 of Daniel's 11. It ties it in.
The Bible is only addressing the history of Esau because it affected us.
That's the reason, and that's why I keep saying this over and over again. This is why we're talking about white history. Because this white history directly affects us. And it's what the Most High allows it. And it gives us the timetable in between what the Bible explains and goes over leading up to the end of the Persian Empire. It gives us all the information leading up until the Roman Empire. Mm-hmm. It gives us all of that time that we don't have access to when we've been studying over the years. But it's always been here. Okay, read on.
That the Jews, as well as the inhabitants of Cilicia, suffered greatly, and their land was sorely harassed.
The land, just like we read in verse 16, that the glorious land was consumed. We read that in the end of verse 16, shall stand in the glorious land, Antiochus III, which by his hand shall be consumed. He sat back through his wars, tore down and destroyed portions of Jerusalem as well. As the other lands, he was going to war with these countries. Make sense? Read on.
For while he was at war with Ptolemy Philopator and with his son...
Stop. He says when he was at war with Ptolemy Philopator, that was the 4th Syrian war. That was the 4th Syrian war talked about from verse 10 to verse 12. That was the one he lost. But in the war that he lost, Read on.
and with his son, who was called Epiphanes.
So that means in the 4th Syrian War, Antiochus III fought with Antiochus Epiphanes over this same region. Okay, read on.
It fell out that these nations were equally sufferers.
And that's what the prophecy says. The prophecy says that the Ptolemy IV lost a lot of people, as well as Antiochus III lost a lot of people. They both suffered in the conquest of the cold Syria region in the 4th Syrian War. It ties in exactly with Daniel's 11. Read on.
Both when he was beaten and when he beat the others.
So he says, listen, both nations were hurt. It says, both when he was beaten and when he had beat the others. So that means he was sitting back here and doing what? There was a lot of losses and wins and losses and wins. Like I said, that Battle of Raphia, which was during the 4th Syrian, that was the last war that he lost. But all the other skirmishes in Jerusalem and around Jerusalem, that was happening and he was winning. But a lot of people were dying in all these back and forth fights. Read on.
It says, so that they were very like a ship in a storm.
So it says the Hebrews were tossed aside like a ship in the storm. That means their surroundings were beat up. They were beat up. Because you know what? In some wars, Antiochus won. And the casualty count with the Antiochus, with the Ptolemies were high. Then when the Ptolemies were winning, the Hebrews that were fighting with Antiochus, their casualty level was high. And then the land was getting torn up in the midst of these skirmishes.
And also, all the resources got to go to the soldiers.
Come. The resources going to the soldiers. Taxation is high as hell. Body count's high. The city's breaking down. The city's being torn down. Just imagine you're dealing with friendly fire, wars, death. Business can't be conducted.
Lot of single parent households.
And you're lucky if you're in a fortified Jerusalem versus being in the smaller non-fortified cities outside of Jerusalem. There was no mercy on them. How about those cities that didn't have the fortifications? They were getting exposed even more. That whole area was being war-torn.
A lot of crying mothers.
A lot of crying mothers. A lot of sad families, broken families, destroyed families because Antiochus wanted more. And it's like a ship in a storm. There's no stability anywhere. It's nothing but chaos in the region caused by Antiochus III. Read on.
So that they were like to a ship in a storm, which is tossed by the waves on both sides. And just thus were they in their situation in the middle between Antiochus' prosperity and its change to adversity.
And its change to adversity. He's telling you, the more Antiochus prospered, the more the Jews were suffering. Why? Why were the Jews suffering the more Antiochus prospered? Because initially, we went over a couple weeks, the Jews were aligned to who?
Ptolemy.
From the time that Ptolemy I Soter sent us over there in captivity, then it was Ptolemy Philadelphus II. He took care of us. Bible was rewritten. All that good stuff we went into, and we were uplifted and taken care of by the Ptolemies. So we had the Ptolemies back.
Free from slavery.
Yep.
Yeah. So we had Ptolemies back, right? So now the tide is changing, and Antiochus III is coming to break us off. Now we're still riding and dying with Ptolemy, dying and losing. Dying and losing and suffering, because now the spirit's with Ptolemy III. That makes sense? Right on.
But at length, when Antiochus had beaten Ptolemy,
Now it says at length over that damn near 20-year period of time. By the time Antiochus finally got on top,
I think you said it was 15 years, right?
well, it was from 2018. I'm sorry, from 218 BC to 198 BC. it was contention and wars in that region. So for 20 years, there was wars in the region. Skirmishes, difficulties, uprisings, discontentment, the whole nine. So it said,
But at length,
but at length.
But at length, when Antiochus had beaten Ptolemy,
Now, that's letting us know, after the Battle of Paneum, in the fifth Syrian war, Antiochus took over Damascus in the Battle of Paneum in 200 BC. He continues to work his way down. There's 5 more years of war. He's coming now to siege Jerusalem and finalize Jerusalem and wipe them off the map if they don't concede and give in to Antiochus III and kiss the ring to Antiochus and stop following Ptolemy. Read on.
he seized upon Judea, and when Philopator was dead,
Philopator was dead in 205 BC. So he's obviously talking about in the 5th Syrian War when the young king was in power and he's making his way down like history explains. Right? Read on.
his son sent out a great army under Scopus.
Yeah, that's what the history says too. Ptolemy the Fifth Epiphanes hired Scopus to sit back here and fight Antiochus at Paneum. He loses, but he still makes his way down to Jerusalem. Read on.
The general of his forces, against the inhabitants of Cilicia, who took many of their cities, and in particular our nation.
So Antiochus took our nation. Read on.
Which when he fell upon them, went over to him. Yet was it
So
not,
he says when he fell upon them, meaning when he went to war at the glorious land, like the scripture says, he goes to war at the glorious land. Read on.
went over to him. Yet was it not long after when Antiochus overcame Scopus in a battle fought at the foundations of Jordan.
The fountains.
Fountains of Jordan. And destroyed a great part of his army.
So this is when the Battle of Paneum, when he wiped them out and got a significant victory, and the whole tide of the war went to Antiochus III's favor. Read on.
But afterward, when Antiochus subdued those cities of Cilicia, which Scopus had gotten into his possession, and Samaria with them, the Jews...
So once again, now he's going after the southern part of cold Syria, Samaria, which is the northern kingdom, and Jerusalem, which is the southern kingdom. Read on.
The Jews of their own accord went over to him.
So by the time Antiochus was about to wipe out Jerusalem and really put his complete focus on destroying Jerusalem, a lot of the Jews turned to work for him. They switched allegiances. A lot of them did. Not all of them, but a lot of them did. Okay? Read on.
And received him into the city of Jerusalem, and gave plentiful provisions to all his army.
So they let him into the city. Now, I want to sit back here. Yeah, we'll read that. So he gave them. So a lot of the Jews let Antiochus III into Jerusalem, gave him provisions, gave him supplies, fed his elephants, fed his men.
Yeah.
Read on.
And gave plentiful provisions to all his army and to his elephants, and readily assisted him when he besieged the garrisons which was in the citadel of Jerusalem.
That didn't change the fact that there were Israelites who were still pro-Ptolemy in Jerusalem. So think about this. You had Israel that was pro-Ptolemy, and you had other Israel in Jerusalem that said, we're going to lose, man. We got to let him in and wipe out these guys that are pro-Ptolemy in the city. It was a civil war in Jerusalem. It was a civil war in Jerusalem. One side was like, Antiochus is going to win this. We got to switch sides. Let these guys that are pro-Ptolemy in Israel, let Antiochus come in here and take them out. A citadel is a what? A tower. Mm-hmm. If you sit back here and just look at Jerusalem in general, there was many towers Let's see if I can find it. That's what I did. Here it goes. Perfect. This is just what I was looking for. There's many towers in Jerusalem. If you look at this map, all these little small black and white squares are towers that are going around the city. There's citadels, there are towers. You'll see in the top, you'll see Tower of Hanel, Tower of, I can't say that word, Minia or something like that.
Yeah.
Tower of Minia. You have a mixture of gates and towers that are going all around Jerusalem. I'm showing you this. It's a tower right here at the top. Corner tower. There's gates and towers. Great projecting tower. Then the projecting tower, I would imagine that's where they sit back and do projectiles in war. You'll see gates and towers all around the city. So there was obviously a tower and a gate of the citadel, which in other words, it was the Tower of David. I haven't been able to find historically where the Tower of David was. But the citadel that Josephus is talking about in other writings, they said is the Tower of David. So there were Israelites who were pro-Ptolemy that was guarding the Tower of David in defense.
It might be right here by David's palace.
I just couldn't see the words. If I could see it, I could say it for sure. But that was definitely where his palace was. So maybe the name was changed after this writing was put up. But what's the point of what I'm saying? The point of what I'm saying is there was a faction of Jews that were defending Ptolemy. And they were all like seized up and protected in the tower. But there were other Jews that saw what was really going to go on. And see, I saw that picture, but that's an old that was when Ishmael got in there. So I don't know where the hell that is. That's why I can't use it. That's after Ishmael had a part of it. So I'm going to read something in the Jewish Encyclopedia. It said that the Tobiad family naturally favored Egypt. And through their influence, Jerusalem did not fall into the power of Antiochus. So there was a faction of Israelites. The Tobiad family in particular is one of them, who was still pro-Ptolemy and was holding up Israel to stay on Ptolemy's side. Okay? But when Antiochus vanquished the Egyptian general Scopas at Panium, read about, in northern Palestine, the gates of Jerusalem were opened to the conqueror by its citizens, who likewise rendered valuable assistance in the subsequent siege of the citadel while it remained in Egyptian hands. So there was a citadel in a certain part of Jerusalem that was still pro-Egyptian, backed by Israelites. And Antiochus had to go inside Jerusalem, destroy parts of Jerusalem to take out that citadel to eliminate the Egyptian threat in Jerusalem. So it's still letting you know there's a civil war in the city. There's a civil war in the city that we're having a battle with. And Israelites are still dying who are on the Egyptian side defending that citadel. But other intelligent Jews are like, let this guy in, bro, and spare the rest of the people and just take out those guys. It still sucks. What was Israel going to do? Was the whole city going to get destroyed by Antiochus III? Or let a portion of it be destroyed and the city can be salvaged? The people can be salvaged. So once again, this is why Daniel's 11 matters to us. It matters to us because Antiochus III's reign directly affects us. He enters Jerusalem, destroys the pro-Egyptian insurgency, and on the back end rewards the Jews that let them in and takes care of the priests. We'll read that later.
And it proves that the Bible is the greatest book on the face of the earth. There's no other book that has prophecies in this caliber and quality of detail and is this consistent. Name a book.
Esau don't even say this. Don't even bring this up. Esau don't pull in the tie-in Daniel's 11 with history. They don't even do it. But it's right here. What are you going to say?
No, so Name a better book than the Bible. The Vedas don't get the prophecy. The Chinese books don't get the prophecy. They give little prophecies here and there. There's really what book can you say?
You giving Confucius
The
props
Quran?
now?
No, I'm not giving Confucius props.
Confucius
I don't like
said-
that guy. I don't like that guy. You know, he had some. You read the back of the book. He has some. I might even go there. I can't even say that. It's gonna take it off topic. But the whole point is, name a better book. Name a better book that's better when it comes to being concise. This concise in history.
It's hard to find it.
Just history alone.
Kinda.
People say, I'm not sure what that Bible thing is. It's a 4,000-year-old book. Well, what book's more historically accurate? What book's more prophetically accurate?
None.
What book do they use to organize government's basic societal structure off of more than the Bible? Nobody. This is the supreme book.
Yeah. So, let's continue.
Line 134. Wherefore Antiochus thought it but just to requite the Jews.
No, let's go back up when it says they let them into the city. If you can find that. Where it says the Jews of their own accord. I don't take your time. The Jews of their own
line
accord.
133.
I'll start at 133. Line 133. But afterward, when Antiochus subdued those cities of Cilicia, which Scopas had gotten into his possession.
Just say at least coast Syria.
Okay.
You drive me crazy with this. I'm sorry.
What's this say?
So coast Syria. Okay, continue.
When Antiochus subdued those cities of coast Syria,
Yes.
which Scopas had gotten into his possession, and Samaria with them, the Jews of their own accord went over to him, and received him into the city of Jerusalem, and gave plentiful provisions to all his army, and to his elephants, and readily assisted him when he besieged the garrison which was in the citadel of Jerusalem.
So listen, they took care of his army, his horse, his elephants. Listen, that lets you know Jerusalem was big enough to fit elephants in there, bro. That's crazy. Anyway, point is, a faction of the Jews turned and supported the Seleucid line, and they allowed Antiochus and his army to go in. They probably didn't bring the elephants in, but they came in and they took over the garrison that the Egyptians controlled in Jerusalem, killed those quote unquote traitors in army in war, including our people. Okay, you think Egyptians was in Jerusalem watching over Jerusalem?
No.
It was pro-Israelites, pro-Ptolemy, Israelites, that had to die under Antiochus III's hands, which goes back into Antiochus III being the robber or the terrorizer or the destroyer of our people. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
This just kind of gives the proof and the teeth behind what we're talking about. Read on.
Wherefore Antiochus thought it but just to requite the Jews' diligence and zeal in his service. So he wrote to the generals of his army and to his friends, and gave testimony to the good behavior of the Jews toward him, and informed them what reward he had resolved to bestow on them for that their behavior. I will set down presently the epistles themselves which he wrote to the generals concerning them, but will first produce the testimony of Polybius of
Megalopolis. Now hold on, before you go there, I want to go back and read Daniel's 11, verse 15, 16, real quick, so we can tie all this information in. Then we move forward, reading the letters that Antiochus wrote, supporting us. Okay, with all the information we read, now let's read verse 15 again. Matter of fact, 14 again, down. We'll go quick. But this is how we can get understanding on the topic, so it's not a foreign thing, and it's not just a war adding information to the story. Want to make sure we understand that. Read on.
Daniel chapter 11 and verse 14. And in those times there shall many stand up against the king of the south.
And we explained that the king of the south, the Ptolemaic Empire, had had civil war for 15, 16 years in their country by the Egyptians. And now we have Antiochus invading their territory and realm. So their country was in chaos. You had regents who was looking after the young boy Ptolemy V, who were corrupt, who were sitting back here getting hung and lynched. Their empire was falling apart. The queen got killed in a coup. All this chaos was happening in their country. Read on.
Also, the robbers of thy people.
The robbers of thy people is talking about Antiochus III. Robber, when you break down what that word means, robber means destroyer. Robber means violent. Robber means violent, destroyer, and ravenous, violent, tyrant, and robber. So Antiochus III fits all those categories. He was still violent towards our people. But was he directly violent towards our people? Or was he violent towards the Ptolemies? Which means anybody back in Ptolemy was going to receive his violence.
That's why the Viet Cong say, Negro, go home. That's not your war.
Yeah. So they're going to shoot black man, but his war ain't with the black man.
Makes sense.
Ptolemy is sitting back here. He is a robber of our people. He is violent towards our people, but he's violent really towards the Ptolemies. But we're the ones that have to suffer his violence because we chose the Ptolemaic side.
We're caught in the middle.
There you go. So let's continue.
Also, the robbers of thy people.
Meaning their line, the people, the Seleucian line led by Antiochus III. Read on.
Shall exalt themselves to establish the vision.
Because him and his people and his sons, their vision, their purpose was to take over all those lands of cold Syria. Read on.
But they shall fall.
But they're not going to succeed in the conquest of maintaining cold Syria and Egypt and those islands. Because that was when you're going to read his fatal flaw was that he wanted more. Cold Syria wasn't enough. He had to go and reach out a little too far out of his reach. And that's when things changed on him.
And that's usually what happens when you're gambling with anything.
Yep.
You know, you think you got the hot hand, and you want to roll the dice a couple more times, and then you go home from the casino broke. You know, because you couldn't stop yourself.
He should have just stopped at the land that was originally his people's, which was his initial goal.
Yep.
And they got greedy, and we're going to read later on after we get through this Josephus stuff, where he slipped up and reached too far. So
That's something he shouldn't have did.
He's riding for that. Well, let's continue.
Verse 15. So the king of the north shall come and cast up a mount and take the most fenced cities.
He's taking all this jurisdiction in cold Syria. Read on.
And the arms of the south shall not withstand.
All the towers and the jurisdictions that the Egyptians had, they're not going to be able to sustain it. And all these people and these cities are going to suffer the consequences because of it. Read on.
Neither his chosen people.
Even the Israelites who chose to serve the Egyptians are going to be able to withstand Antiochus III's charge.
Well, and you have a lot of our people that were Hellenized at this point too.
Yep.
They wanted to be Greek citizens and wear the togas and the uniform and the sandals and do the things the Greeks do.
And we're gonna read that when we get to the Josephus, because once Antiochus III puts us on, we go even deeper pushing the Greek thing. We had the Greek thing going on in Ptolemy's time. Now we're sitting back here in all those other provinces, Babylon, Persian and Mede Empire, in Turkey. We're in those areas too, trying to be like the Greeks. And what you're gonna read is he gives us citizen status in those areas too. So you can't tell us nothing.
Yeah.
He makes us citizens. We like white folks now.
Yeah.
We sitting back here conking our hair, flattening our stuff out, processing it. Jake was processing stuff back then, trying to be like the white man. You know they were.
We finally got our piece of the pie.
Listen, no more braids. It's processed. They found lie out back in them days too.
But the first thing that changed is you want to change. Speak Greek, man. Stop speaking Ebonics.
Speak Greek. Change your gear, change your clothes, put a process on, and then we're gonna sit back here and getting these You're in these Greek games. I'm faster than that white.
Maybe they had a little Sammy Sosa soap on.
Yeah.
They had a little Kim soap.
Sammy Sosa soap.
Yeah, Sammy
Oh
Sosa
my
has that
gosh.
soap on.
Lightning, skin lightning soap on.
Like, is that Sammy Sosa? No, it's someone else.
It's
Ubulus. Ubulus. Oh, Antioch. He changed his name.
Ubulus of Antioch.
He changed his name from Hebrew to some Ubulus term.
I'm Ubulus now.
Yes, Eusebius. I am Eusebius.
That's why
of Antioch. That's what. So that happens later. But now we're turning coat and we're on his side. So the chosen people on Ptolemy's side can't withstand what's about to happen with Antiochus. Read on.
Neither his chosen people, neither shall there be any strength to withstand.
Nobody can stop this onslaught from the solution line. Read on.
But he that cometh against him,
Which is Antiochus the third. Read on.
shall do according to his own will,
Mm-hmm.
and none shall stand before him.
Yep.
And he shall stand in the glorious land.
And literally, historically, Antiochus III was in Jerusalem and was historically treated well when he got there. He was allowed to come in and take out the Israelite insurgents that were still pro-Ptolemy. He goes in. We read in the Jewish Encyclopedia that Tobiah and in a certain faction was still pro-Egypt, and they had to die. Read on.
Which by his hand shall be consumed.
Portions of Jerusalem was consumed. Portions of the land that was Israelites was consumed. Portions of Samaria was consumed. Portions of southern Israel was consumed. So this is part of the casualties of war. Read on.
He shall also.
That's all. That's all I want to so far. So we got that so far. We're all clear from verse 10 to verse 16, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's go into these letters that Antiochus wrote concerning our people. Let's start at Now Scopus. It's like one line past what we were looking at.
God.
You're at with Scopus or at
Now Scopus.
Okay. That was 130.
No, just past 1.
Oh, you're at 135.
Yeah.
At where it says, but will first produce the testimony.
Mm-hmm.
God. But will first produce the testimony of Polybius of Megalopolis.
Megalopolis.
For thus does he speak in the 16th book of his history. Now Scopus, the general of Ptolemy's army, went in haste to the superior parts of the country, and in the winter time overthrew the nation of the Jews. He also saith in the same book that when Scopus was conquered by Antiochus, Antiochus received Batanea and Samaria,
which is northern Israel, yep.
And Abila and Gadara, and that a while afterwards there came in to him those Jews that inhabited near the temple, which was called Jerusalem, concerning which, although I have more to say, and particularly concerning the presence of the Most High about that temple.
So this is a Greek writer writing about his accounts. Continue.
Yet do I put off that history till another opportunity. This is it which
Polybius, yes,
relates, but we will return to the series of the history when he have first produced the epistles of King Antiochus.
So what is he doing? He's constantly trying to show proof that what he's saying is true and valid. Because what you can tell that people are contesting the validity of this information even at his time.
Josephus is defending the prophecies of Daniel.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yep, and the history, because there's certain people are saying that Antiochus didn't write these letters that we're about to read. So Esau's always questioning the truth about our history and the truth about these scriptures. Now let's continue.
Line 138. Since the Jews, upon our first entrance of their country, demonstrated their friendship toward us.
This is Antiochus III writing about our people. Read on.
And when he came to their city Jerusalem, received us in a splendid manner, and came to meet us with their senate, and gave abundance of provisions to our soldiers.
When they say they met us with their senate, they met us with their priests and their leaders, which were the priests. Read on.
And to the elephants, and joined with us in ejecting the garrison of the Egyptians that were in the citadel.
Stop. That means the ones that let Antiochus III in went in and fought the Egyptians and fought who? Us. We fought our own people to sit back here and eradicate the Egyptian influence, the Ptolemaic Egyptian influence from Jerusalem to make it pro-Antiochus all the way. Okay, read on.
We have thought fit to reward them and to retrieve the condition of their city, which had been greatly depopulated by such accidents as have befallen its inhabitants.
Were there accidents or were there murders? He said we're going to try to re-inhabit these people and get them back into their lands. You know, because of accidents. Because of all the death in
all
the city.
Accidents happen. All these accidents. Every time there's an accident, all these guys are just dying by a sword.
But it's the white man that's killing them through war. So he's letting us know the people in the city was ravaged by war. So they're like, let's help these guys out. We tore it up, splitting this country in half, because that's what ended up happening.
Yeah. I'm not going to.
Just like you ever hear about Civil War, they said, Civil War is where brothers were pitted against each other, the North versus the South. This was happening here.
Yeah.
King of the North, King of the South. The cities were split. So they're like, we got somebody to help re-inhabit these people and set them up.
And furthermore, it kind of extended the point to different time periods. We deal with when Arabs were in control in Africa. When Arabs would have our people in captivity, the sub-Saharan captivity. In the sub-Saharan captivity, they would get men. And they would get men for the sole purpose of just being their flesh to fight wars for. So it would be an Arab general, and it'd be a bunch of Israelites running just fighting against other Israelites.
Yeah.
That frame of thought and that methodology, that approach that Esau did, down the line, Ishmael took the same concept and used it all throughout when he was all road to Africa.
This is what they do. Let's continue.
And to bring those that have been scattered abroad back to the city.
So listen, you got to bring new inhabitants that are Israelites in different countries because you killed all the ones that are in the city. The ones that were living there and that were fine, they're dead now. So let's bring some more of your people over here. Get the city back going.
Yeah, build it
Thanks,
up,
buddy.
Yeah.
Let's spend some money on the problem. Let's rebuild. Let's help you with rebuilding.
Let's get Chicago back on its feet.
Let's get LA back on its feet.
Let's make it great again.
Let's get the American way. Let's get this money in here. Rebuild. Cheer up. It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what you lost. We'll just sit back here and throw some money on it. This is what they're doing with us.
Times were hard.
Read on.
And
Unfortunate, like it's Lemony Snicket's out.
Yeah.
A series of unfortunate events.
Yeah.
Now, you know exactly what happened. Your wars killed our people. Read on.
And in the first place, we have determined, on account of their piety towards the Most High, to bestow on them as a pension for their sacrifices of animals.
It still goes back to this same reoccurring theme. When Israel stayed in order and was obedient to the powers that be and maintained their spiritual integrity, they always had the nation sit back here and pick up the tab on the sacrifices. All the time. The Ptolemies did it. The Seleucids ended up doing it.
Yep.
And the Romans did it.
Romans did it.
The only time they stopped flipping the bill for us is when we wanted to be like them.
Yep.
And just didn't have the integrity to sustain our belief and faith in the Most High and just stay on order.
We gave them a discount, pretty much.
The nations did. It's okay, you want to sit back and serve your God? I see how pious you guys are. We'll support your piousness and pray for us as we dominate and try to take other countries over.
But when we're wicked and try to join them,
All of a sudden the nations turn their back on you.
Yeah,
and the discount is off because you want to be like us.
So look, they get to save money. Oh, you want to be wicked? Cool. I get to save money.
But you want to be like me, so why should we sit back here and pay that bill out?
Exactly.
If you want to be like us, then let's bring the Zeus temple in here. Let's bring Zeus in here. No, I don't want like that.
I don't want
You can't have it both ways.
Boy.
You can't have it both ways.
That's when to be rebellious. God.
Don't work that way. So let's continue.
I just wanted a job.
Yeah.
That's really what it is. That's the real conversation.
Yeah, that. So read on.
For their sacrifices of animals that are fit for sacrifices, for wine and oil and frankincense, the value of 20,000 pieces of silver, and 6 sacred artabre of fine flour, with 1,460 metimini of wheat, and 375 metimini of salt. And these payments I would have fully paid them, as I have sent orders to you. I would also have the work about the temple finished, and the cloisters, and if there be anything else that ought to be rebuilt. And for the materials of wood, let it be brought them out of the Judea itself.
So what he's saying is he's writing this letter to Ptolemy, which eventually becomes his what? Son-in-law. He ends up telling Ptolemy, listen, man, take care of these Jews. Use these resources. You're close enough to them. Use these resources and take care of these guys. Make sure they have this oil, this amount of supplies, this amount of scenarios, and it's going to be okay. You know, Esau said when he wrote this, they said, well, because he didn't say which Ptolemy he was writing to, it's hard to determine if this is valid or not. Esau's full of crap out. They're always knocking something.
We do.
Exactly. So he's talking to Antiochus the fifth, telling this guy, giving him instructions on how to take care of these Jews because he's closer in jurisdiction to get it done. No, don't forget, Seleucus, his base is in Babylon. He's far away. He's like, man, you take care of this. Make sure they have these things so they can sit back and serve their God. They treated me good. You take care of them. Read on.
Let it be brought them out of Judea itself, and out of the other countries, and out of Lebanus.
That means they said if they need wood, get it from Lebanon. Because they like wood from Lebanon to rebuild and reestablish their temple. What he's saying is this: give them money for supplies and wood for all the wreckage I did in their city. All the war I established in Jerusalem and that citadel I broke down. Give them supplies to rebuild the citadel. Give them supplies to sit back here and do their sacrifices.
And that was after we came through to him and gave him aid in the midst of his battle.
Yep, because we
aided him with supplies.
We aided him because we were tired of dying. Yeah. We're dying left and right. So let's end this war. Let him take out these clowns that are still riding with his other boys and be done with it so we can rebuild our life. So he's like, okay, you guys look after me. Man, why y'all so glum? You're like, why y'all so glum? Yeah. We could bring some more guys and we'll spend some money. It's cool. Rejoice, I won. How come you guys aren't happy for me that I won? They're like, dude, all of our population is dead.
Yep.
This is why he is the robber of our people. How do you rob a person? You kill him. That's how you rob people.
You kill
through
them,
death.
You kill them through your policy.
Through war.
Yes.
And his policy was war.
Yep.
So let's continue.
Let it be.
I hope it fits. I hope the story fits because this fits to me. It makes perfect sense to me. Let's keep going.
Let it be brought them out of Judea itself, and out of the other country, and out of Lebanon, tax-free, and the same I would have observed as to those other materials which will be necessary in order to render the temple more glorious.
So put these resources to repair and maintain the temple and keep it up to standard. Read on.
And let all of the
this is just one generation before the temple is completely destroyed. This is one generation before the temple is wiped out completely by his son.
By his son.
By his son.
Epiphanes.
Kinda. So once again, all of it, when we are spiritually connected, the Most High always puts in the spirit of these nations to look after us. When we're negative, we don't get backed. That is the reoccurring theme. Read on.
And let all of that nation live according to the laws of their own country.
Because they show the piety that we respect. You know they're saying, I respect your sacrifice. I ain't doing it. But I respect the fact that you're pious. And I will back up your pieties. And pray for us. Because I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to sit back here and party.
Yeah.
I'm going to wear togas. I'm going to get loose.
Yep.
But I respect the fact you don't get loose. Read on.
And let the senate and the priests and the scribes of the temple and the sacred singers be discharged from the poll money and the crown tax.
And he says, let the priests and the ones responsible for serving the Most High don't tax them. No tax for the Jew.
No tax.
No.
For the Jew priest. Take care of them and let them sit back here and serve their God and pray for us. Read on.
And other taxes also, and that the city may the sooner recover its inhabitants.
So it says if the temple is legit and we put money into it, people will come back and inhabit the city. We'll have new blood coming to the city.
You know, it's amazing when you read this, because what we're learning is we're only respected in our captivity when we serve the Most High the most.
Yep.
It doesn't matter how fast you run, how you can shut up and dribble is what they told LeBron. Shut up and dribble. They don't respect you because you're the best at a sport. They don't respect you because your political acumen. Because you're
wearing suits.
You're wearing suits.
And you buy Basquiats. And you buy Basquiats.
Yeah, and you fly private jets.
Yeah.
They don't respect you for no other reason except for the fact that you serve the Most High and you're serious about it.
Got
it. That's a great lesson to extract from what we're reading.
I'm telling you, right?
Is the fact that you're only respected in America or any other captivity when you take serving the Most High serious.
Yes.
And you're with the Most High. Any other obligation or job you have or position you possess,
you're still
culture,
a nigga.
You're still going to be a low life in their eyes.
Yep.
Until you serve the Most High seriously, then they respect you.
Yes.
This is worldwide.
And that's not Christianity either, right?
No.
It's serving the Lord out the right way to get the respect back.
That's amazing.
And it's constant. It was with Ptolemy, now it's with the Seleucids. Then it's going to be with the Romans.
Yep.
If we just stay in order, everybody wants to sit back here and they think voting's the answer. Right? They think getting university education is the answer. It's not. It's how close can you cleave to the Heavenly Father will soften the nation's blow and attack on you.
Yes.
Anyway, let's continue.
So
if you serve the Most High, you don't got to worry about them taking away Martin Luther King Day.
Yeah.
And taking away all those this DEI, right? All those DEI programs, right? You ain't got to worry about that if you're serving the Most High.
Or affirmative action.
Yeah. You ain't got to worry about losing affirmative action.
I don't like DEI over here. I'm not about DEI.
Well, but that includes the 5-letter stuff and quote unquote black rights. Yeah.
Listen, you don't need amendments when you serve the Most High. When you serve the Most High, the Most High takes care of it.
Kind of. So let's go.
I grant a discharge from taxes for 3 years to its present inhabitants.
So he says, I'm going to give everybody in the city a 3-year tax holiday so they can sit back here and reestablish their city. They can take that tax money. And in one of the books I had, one of the tax money was like 8,000 talents a year. So he sat back and gave 8,000 talents of what it didn't say gold or silver, but 8,000 talents of monies a year for 3 years to rebuild their city. Now he destroyed. But let's keep going.
And to such as come to it, until the month Hyperbaritus.
Don't know what that is, and I don't care enough about Hyperbaritus to look into it. Read on.
We also discharge them for the future from a third part of their taxes, that the losses they have sustained may be repaired.
This is the proof that Jerusalem took major losses in these wars with Antiochus over this 10 plus year period. No, 20-year period. Over these two wars, the 4th Syrian War and the 5th Syrian War, they took major losses. And he knew that, and he sat back here, and his war mongering caused much financial burden and the loss of their lives. Loss of life and repairs in the city was on him. So he sat back here and said, because y'all looked after me and made me fight less at the end of this damn campaign, I'll let you guys rebuild. Okay? Come on, but let's continue.
And all those citizens that have been carried away and are become slaves, we grant them and their children their freedom.
So that means in the midst of these wars for 20 years, everybody Israelites that was pro-Ptolemy that didn't die was put in captivity. And once again, now we understand why this story is so impactful and why we had to go over it, because we were suffering majorly. Not whether you died in war or your children and women were taken as a spoil. And all these children and these women that were taken as spoil, they were allowed to come back as free citizens and not slaves. It just lets you know the magnitude of the wars that our people had to suffer through. Defending this guy and defending the Ptolemy side. Read on.
We grant them and their children their freedom and give order that their substance be restored to them.
That's crazy, bro. That means they lost everything fighting these wars.
And just on how slavery was looked at in the Hellenic Empire, it's page 278. It says the Hellenes looks upon foreigners as natural slaves. It says the enslaved. It says they didn't like enslaving a Greek. It says, but Greek traders buy slaves as they would merchandise and offer them for sale at Chios, Delos, Corinth, Aegina, Athens, or wherever else they can find purchasers. The slave dealers at Athens are among the riches of the Medics. It says, in Delos, it is not unusual for 1,000 slaves to be sold in one day. So it says in Eurymedon puts 20,000 prisoners on the slave market. So slavery was a hot commodity in the Hellenistic society.
Yeah.
So
you ever watch Gladiator?
Yeah.
They just sitting back here. You just body, bro. Yeah. Either you're gonna die in the Coliseum, you're gonna sit back and serve, or if you're young enough, you're gonna be exploited by men. This is what's going on, bro. What Antiochus is saying is, everybody that got put in slavery through my hands, I'll give them back to you to re-inhabit the city. That's part of why the city was uninhabitable.
He said we grant their children their freedom. So on behalf of them being put in slavery, your kids will be free from slavery.
Yes. Or if the men are dead,
yeah,
and the woman and children are left, and they were sold to slavery, they can be regained to be citizens again. Rejoice. It's gonna be okay.
Be happy. Even though we took your father and your mother in slavery.
That's my point. It's okay.
We let the kids
go back to your land and get back to your inheritance.
We love the kids.
Count one scripture.
Yeah.
Proverbs 12 and 10.
Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 10.
Yeah, Proverbs 12 and 10, and we're going to really emphasize the B part. The A part applies too.
Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 10.
Mm-hmm.
A righteous man regardeth the life of his beast.
So the point is, a righteous man regards the life of his beast. Now, when you read books and you read terminology, how they look at our people, you were considered cattle. You were considered cattle. Read on.
But the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel.
The tender mercies of the wicked is cruel. I'll give you food stamps at the diminishing of your family structure. I'll go ahead and give
don't have the dead in the house.
You cannot have a following legacy in your home so that your children are fed to the prison, the industrial complex, or the military, right? So the women, they be multi mothers, mothers of multiple men, and then they become what's the word? The unwed mothers become single parent mothers because they become perpetual servants of the state, right? But you get a benefit for that. Or Gad and Reuben. Hey, listen, you can go ahead, you recognize your tribe, have this land that has nothing going on. You own everything, but you can have this little land right here and a couple casinos. That's mercy. But really, it's cruelty. You get the concept?
Yep.
The mercies of the wicked are what? Cruel. It's a good notion. We're trying to help you, but what are you really getting in return? Or, like they go in West Africa and throughout Africa. Hey, man, we're going to give you some, I can't say too much online, but, the needles. We're going to go ahead and give everybody needles and look out. They've been doing this since the 80s. They give everybody needles since the 80s. Needles and medicine. Right? They look up 10 years later, and everybody has AIDS. And then, 20 years later, they say, yeah, we knew that the needles had AIDS. We were just trying to make sure you were dealing with, what's that term where they get bit by those mosquitoes?
Malaria.
We're trying to take care of you and help you from getting malaria, but actually we gave you AIDS. Well, which one's worse, malaria or AIDS? There's an epidemic in Africa going on. Why is this happening? But when you go back, and it's these corporations going in Africa, giving everybody all these different, needles. So what's the point? When they look like they're doing well and they're helping, as that help has a detrimental effect on the people. Yes, sir.
Well, there's syphilis is there.
Same thing. We're here to understand people. We're to understand medicine. And what happens? Everybody's getting these diseases, but it's under the guise of help. Just like FEMA. Same thing. It's the guise of help. But really, it's hurting people and harming people. This proves the second part of that scripture. Read the second part, and that's it.
It says, the second part of it, it says, but the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel.
Let's go fly to those small Latino countries, and let's go build them houses so we can make ourselves feel good about what our fathers did. You ever seen those projects? Those missionary projects, they go to those small countries, and they build homes for them, they take pictures, and we're taking care of these hungry children in the streets.
Humanitarian work.
We look like we're doing something merciful, but if you look at it from a biblical lens, they're trying to cover for their father's what? Their father's massacres.
Yep.
These people are dirt poor because their fathers robbed them of everything in their land. But it looks like humanitarian aid.
Yeah.
The tender mercies of the wicked are cruel. Same thing applies this time period too.
Okay, so let's continue. On paragraph 4.
Line 145. And these were the contents of this epistle. He also published a decree through all his kingdom in honor of the temple, which contain what follows. It shall be lawful for no foreigner to come within the limits of the temple round about, which thing is forbidden also to the Jews, unless to those who, according to their own custom, have purified themselves.
He's like, listen, the nations can't come, and neither can the Jew if they don't purify themselves in the temple. He's literally trying to sit back and honor our way of life because we were pious and we maintain our discipline and respect. So they naturally obliged our piety with respect for our piety.
Yeah.
And like Shamshawan said, the issue with Israel is because we don't carry ourselves spiritually and with respect and discipline. Why are they gonna honor us for something that we haven't even learned to master in ourselves?
Mm-hmm.
We don't self-govern, so why are they gonna sit back here and back our level of governance?
And the irony of it is, though, is that the king that wrote this letter, his son went right into the Holy of Holies.
Yep.
Yep. The more that we wanted to be like the Greeks.
Yep. And this is why when you read verse 22, it says, the prince that broke the covenant. The prince broke the covenant that was initiated by Antiochus III, that was backing the Jew and backing the direction of looking after our people. The prince, the son after Antiochus, broke it. Anyway, let's continue. It all fits in like a Daniel's 11. This fits in like a glove. It really does. But let's continue.
Line 146. Nor let any flesh of horses or of mules or of asses be brought into the city, whether they be wild or tame, nor that of leopards or foxes or hares. And in general,
that means they was eating that. That's what the nation was eating that. People were eating horse, leopards, foxes, mules, donkeys. We was eating all. The nations were eating all kind of exquisite foul food. He's like, this food is not allowed to be eaten in their premises, or the flesh can't go into their cities, into their provinces, out of respect for the Jew.
Exotic meats.
That's what they say.
They say.
Escargot. Let's continue.
in general, that of any animal which is forbidden for the Jews to eat, nor let their skins be brought into it, nor let any such animal be bred up in the city.
That means we can't be having like zebra print at the house side, like zebra rugs and all kind of exquisite animal body parts at the house side, like Jake likes to do out. Because he's saying obviously the Jews didn't put those animal prints in their house. Read on.
Let them only be permitted to use the sacrifices derived from their forefathers, with which they had been obliged to make acceptable atonements to the Most High. And he that transgresses any of these orders, let him pay to the priest 3,000 drachmae of silver. Moreover, this Antiochus bare testimony to our piety and fidelity in an epistle of his, written when he was informed of the sedition in
Phrygia
and Lydia, at which time he was in the superior provinces.
Okay, he was in those outside provinces because Phrygia and Libya, that was in the provinces he had control of before getting to the settled Syrian region. Okay, and just so we know, Phrygia and Lydia is still in that Anatolia region. Phrygia is near Galatia. Phrygia and Lydia is near Galatia and Ephesus and all those areas that eventually were places where Paul was writing letters to Jews there. Okay, so let's continue.
Wherein he commanded Zeuxius, the general of his forces, and his most intimate friend, to send some of our nation out of Babylon into Phrygia.
Now this makes sense. Now Israelites were being sent out of Babylon, which we had been since the 586 BC. We were being sent to Asia Minor. Now, I'm going to sit back here and put this image up. This is important. I'm going to show this. It's important to explain this real quick. I think this image is whack. Okay, let me get another one. Give me a second, because this is important. I want to find an image that's going to give us... Okay. Do y'all see online? Do y'all see online where Phrygia is? It's right next to Galatia. It's right next to Galatia. And this is around what time did Antiochus III, how long was he in power? It was around make sure I got this right. He was in power from 223 to 187, and this is around 195 that this is happening. Around about that time. So Paul wrote the epistles in the 50s and 60s AD. 50s, 40s, 50s, 60s. What am I saying? That means we were being sent. We were Israelites who knew who we were in Babylon. And we were being sent to Galatia, Cappadocia, Antioch. Because Antioch's right here. Antioch is right next to Phrygia. And isn't Antioch where Paul was getting into all that trouble? There was 2 Antiochs Paul was in. Paul was raised in Tarsus, which is near Samaria. But he went to this Antioch multiple times to teach the Jews.
He said they were first called Christians in Antioch.
That's the point. So who was really in Antioch and Phrygia and Galatia? It was our people that were partially transplants by Antiochus III. Cilicia was also right here a major hub where Israelites lived. Cilicia, this is the second Antioch. Check this out. This is the first Antioch where Paul was from. And this is the other Antioch. But there was still places where our people were all centered around. Okay? It's very important that we understand this historically.
Acts chapter 2, it says, verse 8, it says, and how hear we every man in our own tongue, wherein we were born, Parthians, Medes, Elamites, dwellers of Mesopotamia, and in Judea, Cappadocia, and Pontus, in Asia, Phrygia.
Yep.
That's what he's talking about.
That's the point.
He said Pamphylia, and in Egypt, and in the parts of Libya about Cyrene, and strangers of Rome, Jews and proselytes, Cretes and Arabians, do we hear them speak in our tongues? So he's showing how is it that they are able to, that we could hear them and understand them, but they were born, these were Jews born in these other captivities and sent out through slave trades and slave markets.
Bro. And the funny thing is, they said Lilia is part of Thyatira. So we were there right to the left of Pergia. Pergia and Lydia are right next to each other. This whole area is full of our people. And guess what's below Lydia? Ephesus.
Ephesus.
The letter to the Ephesians, letter to the Galatians. This is all dealing with our people. And there was a major, what do you call it, like a temple?
Synagogue.
A synagogue was in Cilicia also. Our people were all scattered in this area. All of us were around here. So it's just further proof of what we talked about. Can you read this and prepare to help answer that while I'm looking for this? I can't lock into that. But you can just read it to yourself.
Okay.
So read that part. It says, moreover, this Antiochus.
If I start,
moreover, yeah.
wherein he commanded Zeuxis, the general of his forces.
No, go a little higher. Moreover. It's moreover this Antiochus.
Sorry. Moreover, this Antiochus bare testimony to our piety and fidelity in an epistle of his.
An epistle of his.
An epistle of his, wherein.
No, written.
Oh, sorry. Written when he was informed of a sedition in Phrygia and Lydia, at which time he was in the superior provinces, wherein he commanded Zeuxis, the general of his forces, and his most intimate friend, to send some of our nation out of Babylon into Phrygia.
He said some Israelites that was riding with Antiochus III to sit back here and help fight and put this sedition in order in Phrygia. Okay? This is what was commissioned. We were used as these nations' muscle, man. We were the muscle for Antiochus III. We were the muscle for the Ptolemies. This is why so many of our people died backing this guy up. Or backing these two empires up. Read on.
The epistle was this: if you are in health, it is well. I also am in health, having been informed that a sedition is arisen in Lydia and Phrygia. I thought that the matter required great care, And upon advising with my friends what was fit to be done, it had been thought proper to remove 2,000 families of the Jews.
It's crazy. We don't.
With their effects out of Mesopotamia and Babylon onto the castles and places that lie most convenient.
So we're gonna put these 2,000 Jews that have been lowered on me in Babylon and put these guys in the hills, right next to Chino. They put them in all the spots where the money is. And they put them in good spots, castles. They put them in Calabasas. And they send them to Calabasas, get them squared away, let them help fight for us.
Mm-hmm. Now, to answer that question, Nagahara said a great scripture, Zechariah 11:5, just for that person that asked the question.
Mm-hmm.
So just on your own time, read Zechariah 11:5.
You'll put Zechariah 11:5.
Yeah,
okay.
that's just for that student that asked the question. That's a great point.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, I just couldn't read it and keep going on topic. So back to the point, they sit back and send 2,000 Jews and their families to a very settled spot in Phrygia and Lydia. Read on.
For I am persuaded that they will be well disposed guardians of our possessions.
He's like, listen, man, if you put them up and take care of them, they will sit back here and support our city to the max. This is why, listen, who are the best mayors? They always put black folks as mayors,
Not this year, though. This year we had.
Well, I'm just saying in general. They put Esau as senators, and they put black folks as mayors.
That's true, though.
And just habitual.
Yeah.
And they will sit back here and let black folks run administration. Listen? This is not about Democratic or Republican angles. I know there's a horrible black mayor in California that is sitting back here and allowing bad things to happen.
Atlanta, California,
Chicago.
and Cali, and Chicago. They've had some bad mayors.
What am I trying to say?
I know.
I am not here to sit back here and argue politically.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that black people are put in levels of leadership to govern cities all the time.
I guess.
And you'll have the governors that are put in position to govern the entire state.
The real word.
Well, hey, whatever it is. But it's historical that our people have been put in position of leadership to back up Esau's established government. Because that's what he's saying about sending these Jews from Babylon to go to Lydia and Phrygia to run the affairs of, to operate and make decisions on behalf of Antiochus III.
The mayor of New York is the best example of what you're talking about right now.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm being a jerk, but the mayor of New York is doing the bidding in New York.
Okay, yes, sir. But they do the bidding. Listen, even the mayor of LA is doing what she's told. It's the truth. Whether they're bad or not, whose orders are they following? That's the point. The people that hired them. And it wasn't the voters. Okay, let's continue. He's like, I disagree with that.
We look bad all year. Until you look at the TV, by stealing money and getting caught.
Hey, listen, but this is what you do to Detroit. There's all these scandals about Flint water. Put a black guy in there. What do you think they're doing? Put a black guy in there to be the mayor. We're trying. I'm a blackface. I'm trying. This is what they do to calm down everybody. Anyway, let's continue.
For I am persuaded that they will be well-disposed guardians of our possessions because of their piety toward the Most High.
So Esau looked at our people and our piety towards the Most High. Is I can trust them. They're not going to rob me because they believe in the Most High. So I'm going to use their piety to my advantage.
Of course.
They're not going to sit back and be corrupt because they're afraid that the Most High will destroy them. So let's bring these niggas up here so I can keep my company, my country running right.
Yeah.
Because they're always concerned with what? Somebody robbing them.
Uprising.
A better crook than him.
Yeah.
They're afraid to hire other crooks to take their land.
Other wolves.
That's my point. So I can use this too. This guy believes in God. I can use him. He believes you should not steal. Bring him in.
I like this
Let this guy run my area.
I like him.
Because he's not going to steal. I will give him a salary, and that nigga will be a watchman. He will be a security guard, top flight security.
Or like the English did, fight the Spanish over here in Florida, and then we'll give you your freedom.
Yeah. Or listen. Or the go ahead and get the Native Americans. Go in them mountains and do the stuff we can't do.
Buffalo
Soldiers. You go and do that grind work. We trust you. Anyway, this is what's happening. This is what we've been used from the beginning of time. Continue.
And because I know that my predecessors have borne witness to them that they are faithful.
He says, even my predecessors have on record say these guys be locked in. Read on.
And with alacrity do what they are desired to do.
With passion. This is why the best drill sergeants are what? Jake, huh? They will sit back here and ride you and they'll get you ready. They will fire either my template out, and Jake plays it good at. It's the truth. Well, not Major Payne. That's not a good example. Don't you ever. But listen, Jake, when you put them in authority, they will sit back here and follow Mr. Charlie for you. They will follow out. And they will do it better than Esau. It's the truth.
Yeah.
What's that?
And if Jake women is even worse. They even more cold blooded.
Brother, let's continue. Cold blooded. Let's keep going.
I will, therefore, though it be a laborious work, that thou remove these Jews under a promise that they shall be permitted to use their own law.
Let's let them sit back here. I know they don't want to do it, but just say you can follow your laws. Yeah, they're almost using it as just a ploy to get what they want done at. They don't give a damn about like us.
Yeah.
It is like, okay, we'll just use the law card for them. Yeah. You can follow your laws. Let them eat all the chicken and waffles they desire.
Yeah.
Just do our job. Just do our bidding for us.
Yeah.
But this is but once again, it's demeaning, and you can hear the tone of what he's saying is, let these little Jew boys do our job, so we can focus on conquering other lands.
Michael said it.
But think about this. You know what this is? It's demeaning. But if we just would have stayed in order initially, we wouldn't be subject to this.
Yep.
If we just would have did our job and stayed on point, we wouldn't be used as pawns like we're being used as pawns now.
Right.
That's the reality. It sucks. It feels messed up. We are just being used and played for Esau's enjoyment. But we put ourselves in that jacked up position.
All I want to say is that they don't really care about us. They don't.
Oh, you know Michael quotes out
No,
here.
I'm just saying. They don't. I'm just saying that. I was just saying that.
Okay, man. They don't really care about us. Let's continue, man.
And when thou shalt give every one of their families a place for building their houses, and a portion of land for vines.
Jake's out of there. I can get my wine. I can make my wine sell out.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and my own land.
Yeah.
40 acres in the mule. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I get out of an apartment.
Yeah.
We're done.
A place for building their houses, and a portion of land for their husbandry, and for the plantation of their vines, and thou shalt discharge them from paying taxes.
Listen, taxes must have been a real damn problem.
You can't have nothing, huh?
Jake, listen, Jake would make moves. Just take taxes off them, man. Cut their expenses down, man. It's crazy,
You can't live when you got these good tax. It's what they want to give sacrifices to the priests.
I know.
Let alone
Israel's always trying to save money, But let's keep going,
Of the fruits of the earth for 10 years.
Oh, listen, you can't beat that. I don't get taxed off of what I grow in the earth for 10 years. And I get my own house, my own land, my own vineyard.
I'm going to get rich. I'm going to go ahead and
let me get out of here. I'm leaving Babylon.
Get rich, yeah.
Let's just put these Phrygian dudes in order, these Lydians in order. Forget this.
They're going to suffer.
I'm going to put it on. I'm going to get my 9mm over. They will obey.
Yeah, they will.
Let's keep going,
And let them have a...
No, they got authority. They got the white man's authority. They going to be more cocky,
Just bad.
Antiochus the third said I can kick your ass. So I'm going to really kick your ass. Antiochus gave me clearance, too.
I hate your gums.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, man. I hate your city. I hate your language. Keep going,
And let them have a proper quantity of wheat for the maintenance of their servants, until they receive red corn out of the earth.
What's that about?
Meaning, they're saying, give them an allotment of food until their crops grow, and they can feed themselves. So give them that allotment so they can take care of themselves and their servants until they can get their own stuff. Read on.
Also, let a sufficient share be given to such as minister to them in the necessities of life.
So take care of their priests. Take care of the people who are about teaching and reestablishing people to serve the Lord.
Yeah.
Make sure they're taken care of too. Move on.
That by enjoying the effects of our humanity, they may show themselves the more willing and ready about our affairs.
He said, let these dudes serve the Lord and give them the resource to do it, and they will sit back and run through a wall for us.
And
This is what the Ptolemies understood.
That's a good strategy, though.
This is what Antiochus understood. This is why someone must die backing these guys. Read on.
Take care likewise of that nation, as far as thou art able, that they may not have any disturbance given them by anyone.
Because we don't have to worry about them once they're rolling. They're going to maintain because they want to get out of poverty. It's like Jake,
They're motivated.
They want to get out of poverty. They're going to serve the Lord. We don't got to stress them out. We can focus on bigger fish.
Keep our slaves happy.
Yeah.
Or keep our muscle happy.
Yeah.
Keep the muscle happy. And give them service, make them feel like they bosses out.
Yeah, give them positions.
Give them position, give them a name, give them a rank. You can't tell nigga nothing when you got rank and position out.
Yep.
You give them a job, you give them a salary, you put a uniform on them out.
Put a badge
you can't
on
tell them nothing out. It's a badge and a uniform out.
Flashlight.
Yes, and a billy club out, you can't tell them nothing out. You got a billy
You
club
shine a
out.
light right in your face too.
Yeah. And you move like this.
Yeah, you know we close, right? Yeah.
Oh my God, keep going, man.
Now these testimonials which I have produced are sufficient to declare the friendship that Antiochus the Great bare to the Jews.
So now with that, let's get back to Daniel's chapter 11 and verse 17.
Daniel chapter 11 and verse 17. He shall also set his face to enter with the strength of his whole kingdom.
So listen, now that he conquered cold Syria, now he wants to sit back here and he has aspirations to dominate the entire region. Egypt. Now he wants Egypt. Now he got his eyes fixated on Egypt. Okay, read on.
And upright ones with him.
So now the upright ones are with him. Who are the upright ones? Now the Jews are on Antiochus the third side. You see how the story keeps evolving properly? We just read now in the Josephus that the Jews are in alliance with Antiochus the third. So this same Antiochus the third that wiped out Ptolemy the fifth, now he's like, I got the upright ones with me. Now I have my eyes set on Egypt and taking out Egypt. The fifth Syrian war gave Antiochus III cold Syria's region. But now he's looking to finish him off and give him the death blow and take out Egypt. But what you're going to read in this chapter is he goes with a different strategy to take out Egypt than you would have thought. You would have thought he would have came in to try to guns blaze, go to war with them, but he does things different. He does different things. Read on.
Thus shall he do, and he shall give him the daughter of women.
Stop. What he ends up doing, what Antiochus III does, he ends up giving Ptolemy V Epiphanes his daughter, Cleopatra, in marriage. With the intention, if Antiochus III gives his daughter Cleopatra to Ptolemy V, he can control Egypt through his daughter. And I don't got to sit back here and burn resources and weapons and artillery. I can use my daughter and the allegiance that he has. Now that Ptolemy V is his son-in-law. Now that Ptolemy V is his son-in-law, he can use that as leverage to control the empire and have a greater grasp of the region. That was what Ptolemy Philadelphus tried to do when he married his daughter off to Antiochus III Theos. Yes, sir.
So, like, do the women?
Or Antiochus Theos. I'm sorry.
Do the women have like a say so in like domestic things in that?
Depending on how strong the daughter is. But just off the fact that there is a marriage there you can start swaying the political direction.
It's like a lobby.
Yep. It's a lobby.
Well, a lobby is today is what marrying your daughter was.
Because think about this. If I'm going to marry her off to Ptolemy V, do I have to worry about wars in the region?
No.
Listen, he's got his land. He's making his money. I don't got to worry about wars here. And I can keep working my direction west to gain more territory, more turf,
Yeah, that's
so forth. What's that?
The wheat, Egypt was a major wheat producer.
Yep.
Yeah, so yeah, food always coming in. And
You have access to it if you need it.
Exactly.
So it's sometimes it's hard to govern all that area. You can let him govern it. You can set it up if your daughter's doing her job to make Ptolemy V a vassal.
Yeah.
You can use him as a vassal so you can keep going forward with whatever your plans are. So this is what's happening. So read verse 17 again.
Verse 17. He shall also set his face to enter with the strength of his whole kingdom,
Mm-hmm.
and upright ones with him.
So the strength of his entire kingdom and the Jews were behind him in the war now. Read on.
Shall he do, and he shall give him the daughter of women, corrupting.
So what it means is Antiochus was going to give his daughter Cleopatra to Ptolemy V and corrupt her. He was going to corrupt her because it wasn't just a regular marriage where you should just marry him and love him and care for. The corruption is based on her looking at him in a negative way, looking at him to use him to control the empire. That's how you make the marriage corrupt and make her corrupt in the marriage, because you're sitting her out there and weaponizing her and using her to go in there, marry this guy, but she's really about getting information and sending spy information and spy networks and reconnaissance to Ptolemy and to Antiochus so he can stay on top of this guy.
You have an inside man.
But the way you have the inside man is you have to program her in a corruptive way. So she's just not dealing with marriage for the love of marriage. He's using her as a pawn.
It's intelligence.
It's intelligence, reconnaissance.
James Bond stuff.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But that's how he is corrupting her. But this guy is this guy's whole MO is about power and conquest. So whoever he can use, it's Game of Thrones, right? Whoever he can use to sit back here, get in there, and to get a reach into the kingdom, he's going to do it.
Infiltrate.
Exactly. So, read on.
But she shall not stand on his side, neither be for him.
So what ends up happening is he intends to corrupt her with Ptolemy, but she ends up not coinciding with it, and she ends up falling in love with Ptolemy V, and they stay together, and she doesn't give Antiochus III what he's looking for. And you can look that up in the history also, that he did the marriage for political reasons to get political leverage into the southern kingdom. This is why also go back.
Cleopatra.
No, it's not. It's not. There's many Cleopatras, but that's not. No, that's the first one, but that's not the one that's talked about on television. That was dealing with Mark Antony and Julius Caesar. That's a different one.
Okay.
Give me verse 14 again.
Verse 14. And in those times there shall be many stand up against the king of the south.
We explain what that is. Read on.
Also the robbers of thy people shall exalt themselves to establish the vision.
We explain that the robbers of the people was Antiochus III, and we explain that the robber meant tyrant. It meant violent, tyrant, and violent, tyrant, destroyer, and ravenous, and robber. So Antiochus' decisions were violent, tyrannical, and destroyed and ravished the land and the people around it. So Antiochus III was the robber of our people. Read on.
But they shall fall.
But it says, shall exalt themselves to establish the vision. His vision was to regain the land that his forefathers had and to expand out the empire. But it says, but that vision shall fall. The vision fell when he tried to sit back and use his daughter to do what? To get intel on Ptolemy V, and she refused, and that pursuit backfired. part of the bribe that came from sending his daughter to Ptolemy V was that he was going to split the taxes of the cold Syria region half and half with the king in the south and the king in the north. That's what Antiochus III also did. He said, listen, you can have my daughter. I want to have peace. We can split the monies up in half. Let's have peace. But that plan really was used to soften up Ptolemy, to get the intel on Ptolemy to eventually break it. And the next verse gives proof that that was his intention. So are we clear so far?
Yeah.
And also, is Daniel's 11 not clear as hell when you match it up with the history? Now, to prove this real quick, before we even go any further, read, we're going to go back to Josephus 12, book 12, chapter 4, the first portion of paragraph 1.
Book 12, chapter 4, paragraph 1.
Mm-hmm.
After this, Antiochus made a friendship and a league with Ptolemy.
There you go. After Antiochus III defeated Ptolemy, he made a friendship and a league with Ptolemy. Read on.
And gave him his daughter, Cleopatra, to wife.
Just like chapter 17 says. He gave him the daughter of woman. Read on.
And yielded up to him Cilicia, and Samaria, and Judea, and Phoenicia.
When it said he yielded up to him, he gave him a portion of the taxes and the revenue that came from that arena. That's when it says he yielded to him. Part of giving his daughter in marriage was also giving him a portion of the taxation to keep his kingdom afloat. Because that's a major loss financially, losing all that territory. Read on.
And yielded up to him called Syria, and Samaria, and Judea, and Phoenicia, by the way of dowry, and upon the division of the taxes between the two kings. All the principal men framed and taxes of their several countries, and collecting the sum that was settled for them, paid the same to the two kings.
So he just split the revenue of all the kings in that province of cold Syria. They split the money in half between the king in the south and the king in the north. And that was part of the dowry and the deal he gave to Ptolemy. And he allowed Ptolemy to sit back and have some type of a jurisdiction over it. But it was really still Antiochus' land and his control. But he did it to get closer to him, to eventually take him down the line. Okay? We clear on that. That's all we want from the Josephus for now. I think, yeah, we're done with the Josephus for today on that topic. But let us continue. We're going to finish up 18 and 19, and we'll be done for the day. Okay, let's get verse 18 in Los Biblios.
Daniel chapter 11 and verse 18. After this shall he turn his face onto the isles.
We're still on Antiochus III, the Great. Now he turns his face on the isles. We've gone over this before. You can look online. Those isles were of major importance from back in the First Syrian War, the Second Syrian War. The First and Second Syrian War had a lot to do, and the Third Syrian War had a lot to do with naval battles that were fighting for control of these islands. These islands were logistical hubs where you can sit back here and control trade and travel. So whether it's Crete, all these little islands in between Turkey and Greece, now his focus, Antiochus III's focus, is on these islands. Those islands were controlled by who? Ptolemy V. So he's still going to war against Ptolemy. He's going to war against Ptolemy, even though he initiated a deal to split the taxation in cold Syria. So this guy is all this guy wants is war and conquest. Huh? He can't get out of his head. Like a white man. This is why for every single president that comes into power, they're still following foreign policy that have been initiated through think tanks financed by NGOs for the last 20 years. They just stick to the script. They pay these think tanks millions of dollars to come up with the best strategy to destroy and break down Russia, to destroy and break down China. And what they do is they write these reports and the findings from these think tanks that were sponsored by non-governmental organizations, and they write them down and they post them online for people to read them. The thing is, you got to go through 100 pages of damn filibuster like to get the understanding, and most folks don't read it. But what Esau does, they follow the template, this 20-year template of these plans to overthrow these kingdoms. And one president, whether it's one, the other one is Biden, is Trump, is Obama, they're all following the same template. Nothing changes. So this, in Esau's mind, is all about conquest, domination, and more. If a plan doesn't work, I have a book about the CIA. There were 56 to 75, if I'm not mistaken, regime change operations just in the world that was controlled by the CIA from the mid 40s into like the 90s. And out of these 75 opportunities or these attempts, like 50 went through. It's just constant regime change operations.
Libya, Egypt.
Listen, all the South America region, Central America, all of them. It's just it's just one after another. One attempt at some don't work, then they'll fade back and they'll come back another way. This is all they do since the mid 40s when the CIA was put together.
America, but they got that. The colonial powers of Europe has been doing that also.
They learned that from the Brits.
Yep.
It's just the template of how to overthrow countries and regimes once you're in power.
They said that the French was in Vietnam as early as the 1920s.
The Frenchies don't count though. They lose a lot. The Frenchies lose a lot.
I'm
just messing
up.
The Frenchies lose a lot.
They soft, but a lot of our people speak patois. A lot of our people speak French.
They don't want to get kicked out of the country.
Yeah, they don't want to lose.
That's what I'm saying.
They're bad soldiers.
The Frenchies get kicked out quick. And you punch the Frenchies in the mouth. No want this no more. We're out. Eat my crepes.
They got completely annihilated in Vietnam. They said that the French came in, tried to colonize Vietnam as early as the 1920s.
Yes.
And they got completely annihilated.
Yes.
And then they went again. They tried to go back again, and this time America came to assist. Yeah. But that's how we got in Vietnam.
That's why when you watch the movie, it is a movie that deals with Vietnam, and when they were going, come on, man, huh? No. It was with
Private Piles,
Charlie Sheen's father, Emilio. No.
Platoon? Not Platoon.
No.
Martin Sheen?
It was Martin Sheen, and they were going down that river.
Yeah.
They were going down the river, and it was also Marlon Brando was there. And he went crazy and went psycho with his military branch. And while they were going down that Apocalypse Now.
Oh.
Apocalypse Now. And they went down that river in the military. Martin Sheen's job was to get this military captain with rogue on the midst of that trip. They went to a plantation that was ran by the French. And the French guy was explaining that, their people had to get kicked out. They couldn't handle the war and this, because the Frenchies went there first. They got their tails kicked in. They left. Then America came in to help back them up, and they had to leave too. They just left with a little more dignity than the French left with.
Yeah.
But nobody won. Nobody won that territory at all. Just on your point. Yep. Apocalypse Now goes into that. But that was a great movie, by the way. That was a great movie. But anyway, where are we at now? Whether it's American foreign policy, British foreign policy, Antiochus the Great's foreign policy, Esau, all this guy knows is war and conquest. From one generation to another. So, we're at verse 18 now. Read verse 18 from the top.
Yes, Daniel chapter 11 and verse 18. After this shall he turn his face unto the isles.
Now Antiochus III wants those eastern Mediterranean islands. The eastern Mediterranean islands that are close to Greece, that he can control the trade and the shipping and the naval ports. That's where his mind is at, because he's already got the land he wants. Now he wants more of the naval ports. Okay, in these islands. Read on.
And shall take many.
So now what ends up happening is he ends up winning and acquiring a lot of Greek islands from 196 BC until 192 BC. Keep this in mind. He was in the Seleucia region until 198. So he was warring and fighting and in combat from 218 BC to 198 BC. Now he's warring again in 196 BC. So 2 years later, he got to go out there and touch more work.
And who's his army made out of?
Now he's got Navy guys.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's got a Navy. He still has his ground forces. Now he has resources to extend his Navy now. So he had Navy too.
Let's say we're part of his Navy. Just like
We're part of it. Hell yeah. Because he has a proclivity to pick Jews to fight his wars. So we're in his Navy. We're in his army. We're in Ptolemy's army. So now he wants the islands. Read on.
But a prince for his own behalf.
Stop. Now this is where it gets tricky. It says, but a prince. The prince is talking about the Roman emissaries. The prince is talking about the Roman emissaries because at this particular time, we're in the early or the late hundreds. Now Rome is coming into play. The Roman Empire started gathering steam around 227 BC. So now that's 30 years into their power. They're starting to get rocking and rolling. So it says a prince for his own behalf. Hold this and go to Daniel chapter 9 and 26. Daniel's 9 and 26. Read that.
Daniel chapter 9 and verse 26. And after 62 weeks shall Messiah be cut off, but not for himself, and the people of the prince that shall come shall destroy the city.
Now, I don't want to go into all this breakdown. I want to focus on the prince. So it says the people of the prince is that same prince talked about in chapter 11. The people of the prince is talking about the Romans. How do we know that? Because the people of the prince shall do what?
That shall come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary.
When did the city and the sanctuary get destroyed, and who was it by?
70 AD.
And who was it by?
General Titus, under orders of his father Vespasian.
That means it's the Romans. The prince is referring to the Romans. So now we go back to the point. The prince is the leadership of the Roman Empire. Okay? So let's go back to verse 18 again from the top.
Daniel chapter 11 and verse 18.
Mm-hmm.
After this shall he turn his face unto the isles, and shall take many.
So now, from 196 BC to 192 BC, Antiochus the Great is actually acquiring Greek islands and is gaining territory and gaining a footprint in the island. So he's winning for 4 years. He's going through battles and winning wars for 4 years. Read on.
But a prince.
Now the prince is the Roman emissary that approaches Antiochus the third. Read on.
For his own behalf.
So now the prince is introducing himself to Antiochus the third because the Romans have their own interest in the what? In the region. Rome has interest in the region just like Antiochus has interest in the region because they both realize that Ptolemy V is what? Is weak. So like we both have interest here, so you're not going to sit back here and take this region over the Egyptians because we want this also. This is what's happening. Read on.
For his own behalf shall cause the reproach offered by him to cease.
Listen, but a prince, the Roman emissary, for his own behalf of the Romans' interest, shall cause the reproach offered by him. Who was offering the reproach? Antiochus III was offering the reproach to the Egyptian Empire. Antiochus III was offering the reproach to the Ptolemaic Empire, but the prince, which the Roman emissary that's acting on his behalf, is stopping the reproach or the attack that Antiochus is putting on the Egyptians. Because the Romans want the Egyptian territory also. Read on.
But a prince for his own behalf shall cause a reproach offered by him to cease, without his own reproach.
So now that the Romans eliminated the reproach that Antiochus III was putting on the Egyptians, then what?
He shall cause it to turn upon him.
So now Antiochus III was initiating reproach to the Egyptian empire, but it turns on him, and now the reproach is on Antiochus III, because now the Romans turn their sights on Antiochus III and go to war with him, because he was trying to take Greek islands, the Ptolemaic islands. Does that make sense? If you're confused, listen to it online again. I promise you it will stick. But what's happening is Antiochus III wants those islands, but those islands were still in the control of Ptolemy. The Romans come in and say, no, on our behalf, you can't take these Greek islands, and you got to stop fighting the Egyptians. Because this is what the Romans are saying. You can't, not only can you not take the Greek islands, you can't mess with his territory anymore. You got to leave. So now the Romans have taken the reproach from the Ptolemaic Empire and is turning that reproach back on Antiochus III. And this ends up starting the Syrian War, another Syrian damn war, from 192 BC to 188 BC. And this is when the Romans start fighting Antiochus III. So now there's another 5 damn year war in which Antiochus III has to fight the damn Roman Empire.
Wow.
It's all war, bro. Just war after war. It's never ending war because it's never ending greed. It's never ending war because there's never ending greed. It's different. Let him in.
On the time.
Let him in. Oh yeah, I know. What's that?
I have a question on the time. So, because when you read in the Maccabees, that's when they started exchanging.
It's going next.
I know we're going there. I'm just trying to figure out, because that's when they started exchanging the Antiochus king.
We're literally about to read it.
Oh, okay.
That's the next one. That's why this information is so important, because it ties back into that little window of history that you don't get until it picks back up in Maccabees 8. And that's where it ties back in. Yes, sir.
And well, I was listening earlier, and the Edomites, they're calling themselves the Egyptians.
The Syrians. They kept calling themselves, wherever region they were living, they became those people. So it's harder to trace if they was Esau or not. But they're Esau, yes.
And that's what Philo was so angry about. Not Philo. Josephus was so angry about the Greeks because they would adopt the titles and say, we are those people.
Yeah.
That's all amazing, because now I understand why all the presidents of the United States are related. Now I understand, because they're related to the people in the past, and that's they want the same thing to people.
Well, Esau likes to keep their people together, and they like to sit back here and keep their family lines together. But yeah, they do. They like doing that. So where are we at? The Syrian War, 192 BC to 188 BC. Now, what we got to do. Oh, also, in the middle of this happening, Hannibal is the one who lets Antiochus III know that Rome was planning on taking them over and starting a war with Antiochus. So now Hannibal actually is fighting with Antiochus III as well during this time. Because Hannibal has a straight bloodlust towards the Romans, how they treated them. Don't forget, around this time, earlier than this, is when the Romans ended up taking out Carthage.
I think they said that Hannibal asked if he could assist Antiochus III, and they said no.
He ended up doing. He ended up fighting. He ended up helping them fight in these wars. He asked, and they helped. So, with all that being the case, the war was from 192 to 188. That's 5 years. Now let's go to First Maccabees. I know it's dense, y'all. I get it, but this information really ties in if you take the time to follow it. It's First Maccabees chapter 8, verse 5 through 8.
So, okay, so this is my next question.
Okay.
Because we're back in the Maccabees when a small pocket of Israelites were fighting for the right to stay serving piously.
All we're going here, we're just going into the quick history of Antiochus III and how he lost territory in this war. That's all we're going into. We're not going to go into, because there's way more history that leads us up to what the history of the Maccabees and our fall.
Okay. Then my next question.
We have a lot more to go to even get to that point.
The Antiochus and the Maccabees is not the Antiochus we're talking about, or that's the son of.
This will explain your question.
Okay.
First Maccabees chapter 8, verse 5 through 8.
First Maccabees chapter 8, verse 5. Besides this, how they had discomfited in battle Philip and Perseus, king of the Sidonians, with others that lifted up themselves against them.
So real quick, Philip was Philip the Fifth that assisted Antiochus III in that Fifth Syrian War. Remember we talked about Philip the Fifth of Macedon? Mm-hmm. So when you read in the beginning of Maccabees 8 and 1, it talks about the fame of the Romans and how Judas Maccabees heard about the fame of the Romans and how they defeated Philip, which was the fifth of Macedon, and Perseus, the king of the Kittims. Kittim is still in that area of Greece. Italy. Yeah, it is Italy. It is Italy. Slovakia. It is Italy. But keep going.
And had overcome them. How also Antiochus, the king of Asia.
No, Antiochus, the great king of Asia.
How also Antiochus, the great king of Asia.
Antiochus the third, the great king of Asia. Read on.
That came against them in battle.
Antiochus came against the Romans in battle during the Syrian War. Not the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, but this is a separate war called the Syrian War. It's called the Syrian War because it was dealing with the king of Syria, or the Syrian leader, which was of the Seleucid dynasty, which is Antiochus III. Okay, read on.
Having 120 elephants with horsemen and chariots, and a very great army, was discomfited by them.
So he says Antiochus' large army, when they fought against the Romans, took an L. All their elephants, all their weaponry, all their ships, it didn't turn out to their advantage. Antiochus lost this battle. Read on.
And how they took him alive.
Matter of fact, lost multiple battles. It was a 5-year war. So after all 5 years, after all the fighting, they ended up losing. He was discomfited, but they spared his life. Because why would you kill him when you need a guy that can control that amount of space?
Yeah.
That's a lot of, listen, look online how much damn space he was responsible for. This dude had all the orange and all the damn grape. You gonna kill him?
No, you better.
How you gonna take care of all that land and keep all those countries in order?
Better off keeping the taxes coming in.
That's a headache. That's a headache covering this jurisdiction. He's doing the same thing that Antiochus III was doing with Egypt. Listen, you deal with these crazy fanatical Egyptians and all the craziness of that country. I just want your wheat. I want your money. I want your resources.
They say that's one of the falls of the Roman Empire is they extended themselves too far away.
That's the point. Listen, because the Roman Empire went further east than this. Mm-hmm. And you got to cover all those jurisdictions. It's exhausting, especially when the people got comfortable, and which is what they did. They ended up getting comfortable, and they started giving all the foreigners rights and all of them positions in society, and they ended up turning against it. Point is this. They didn't want to take out this guy because he had control and jurisdiction over the gray and the orange areas. So what they did is they made him pay taxes. So this is what it is. Read verse 6 again.
Verse 6?
Yep.
How also Antiochus, the great king of Asia, that came against them in battle, having 120 elephants with horsemen and chariots, and a very great army, was discomfited by them, and how they took him alive, and coveted that he and such as reigned after him should pay a great tribute.
So what they're saying is the deal is this: you and the next person in line, which was Seleucus the Fourth, not Antiochus the Fourth. It was Seleucus, to be specific. It was Seleucus the Fourth Philopator. He was the one that was next in line. So they said, listen, Antiochus the Third, Seleucus the Fourth, you guys make me my money, but I'm gonna have your other son Antiochus the Fourth go to Rome, and we're gonna keep an eye on him, and he's collateral to make sure you keep fighting and sending us taxes and monies back to our kingdom. So they sat back and took Antiochus the Fourth, which is the one that ended up destroying our temple. He was a hostage in Rome.
Paul talks about that.
I know. He was a hostage in Rome, while Antiochus the Third and his oldest son keep going and making the Romans money. So continue.
And covenant that he and such as reigned after him should pay a great tribute and give hostages, and that which was agreed upon.
So the hostage was of royal blood. They had to give up hostages in order to keep this thing going and to ensure the Romans that the Antiochus was going to keep fighting and sending him money. Hold this and go to 1 Maccabees 1 and 10.
First Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 10. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphany.
That was the younger son of Antiochus the Third. The younger, not the oldest. Read on.
Son of Antiochus the king.
Antiochus the Third. Read on.
Who had been a hostage at Rome.
He was a hostage at Rome because the part of the deal was he had to go to Rome and be a hostage, so Antiochus the Third and the older son would keep going to war and paying these taxes. He was the collateral. Read on.
And he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks.
This is the 137th year, but right now where we're at now, it is the 188th year. Okay? So there's some time. Okay? Read on. No, let that go. Let that go. And let's get back to verse 8.
First Maccabees chapter 5.
First Maccabees 8, verse 8.
First Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 8.
Give me verse 7 again.
First Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 7. And how they had took him alive and covenant that he and such as reigned after him should pay a great tribute and give hostages, and that which was agreed upon.
Exactly. Read on.
And the country of India.
So once again, the hostages that was agreed upon was to send Antiochus. The Epiphanies. Read on.
And Media, and Lydia, and the goodliest countries which they took of him.
Now hold on. Read verse 8 again.
First Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 8. And the country of India, and Media, and Lydia, and of the goodliest countries which they took of him, and gave to King Eminus.
So they end up taking that country, that area in Lydia, Media, and India, and gave them to another king to have jurisdiction over. So Antiochus III took a significant loss by losing to the Romans, and he had to pay significant money in talents and loss of ships and elephants as well. He lost all of those resources in this battle. And this was the beginning of the end for Antiochus III. Okay? So let's go back to Daniel's 11 and let's do verse 18 again.
Daniel's chapter 11 and verse 18. After this shall he turn his face unto the isle.
So now we know Antiochus III was focusing on taking these Mediterranean islands. Read on.
And shall take many. But a prince.
But that Roman emissary, which is the prince, for the behalf of Rome, interceded after 3 or 4 years of success in acquiring these Greek islands. Read on.
For his own behalf shall cause the reproach offered by him to seek.
So the reproach of Antiochus III taking over the Ptolemaic islands, the Romans stopped that reproach. Read on.
Without his own reproach, he shall cause to turn upon him.
So they eliminated the reproach from Antiochus to Ptolemy, and the Romans sent back that reproach to Antiochus, and ended up causing Antiochus to pay significant money and talents, had to send his younger son off as collateral, so he keeps paying these annual talents and debt for the loss of this war.
You ever want to see your son again?
Yeah, you got to keep out here. You got to earn, D. You got to earn. So now, at the end of 188 BC, Antiochus extended too far. Now he's a slave to the Romans, paying massive debts. Now the tide is turning, and the Roman Empire is starting to gain control of all of those land resources of the Seleucid line, and they already got the Ptolemies in pocket already. The Romans had control of, they already gained control of Egypt by this time. So Egypt is becoming a vassal of Rome, and so has the northern kingdom become a vassal of Rome. All around this time. So, let's go to verse 19.
Verse 19. Then he shall turn his face towards the fort of his own land.
Now Antiochus III is facing back home. He got to go and get wherever gold is available. I got to get this gold. It's funny. And they got to get this gold, this resources, this money.
Yeah.
What do I have to do to pay this debt off to keep me at least surviving?
Yeah.
So he ends up going back to settle affairs in Persia, because Persia is part of his kingdom. He goes back to Persia. He raids the temple of Shushan, and he dies in 198 BC. 191. I'm sorry. He dies in 187 BC in Persia, trying to get more money to pay off these Romans. So a year after he loses in 188, he dies trying to sit back here and establish restitution and get this money out.
He assassinated him?
Yeah, in war. It wasn't assassination. He just died in war. He sat back here and raided the Persian temple.
Well, then that was his vassal.
Well, it was his vassal country, but he had to personally go down there. It says, then he shall turn his face towards the fort of his own land. He has to go back to a fort in a stronghold city to get money he really wasn't supposed to get. And in the middle of him getting money he wasn't supposed to get, he dies in that skirmish, and that's the end of Antiochus III.
Because at this point, he's desperate now.
He's desperate. Now he's going extreme. He's making extreme moves
Yep.
because he's in debt. And at one time, there was money there, and he didn't sweat it. When your money's messing, what do?
Rob a bank.
I messed my money up. Now I got to re-up.
Now you can't re-up.
Now I got to run up in this dude's spot
Yeah.
just to get my stacks up.
Yeah.
This is what's happening.
It wasn't Romans.
Listen, it wasn't. That's not just a rap song.
Yeah.
That's not just a rap song.
That's
That is
life.
literal life.
That's life.
He's running up in the Persian spot.
Yeah.
Get his stacks up again.
Yeah.
This is real life.
Yeah.
And his son's tied up in a Brooklyn basement. It is.
Face it, not guilty.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What's happening, man?
So this is what's happening. This is where he's at.
Yeah.
So at the end of verse 19, read that.
But he shall stumble and fall.
He shall stumble and fall,
Man.
when he's out here trying to get this money. Read on, running up in somebody's spot.
Yeah.
Read on.
And not be found.
He's dead. And that is the end of Antiochus III. If that story doesn't tie into the scriptures and it isn't a perfect fit, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
It is a perfect fit.
Pure history.
It's all history. It's all prophecy that came from Daniel over 200 years before it actually happened. And it's some of the missing information you need to tie in the history of the Hebrews from the fall of the Persian Empire to the end of the Greek Empire.
Yep.
So next week we're gonna keep it
And
rolling.
you don't see Seinfeld in Egypt. You don't see Seinfeld or Barbara Streisand and
It's okay.
I know that's what I wanted to do.
I know, but it's okay. I know it's okay.
Okay.
But what we're gonna do, we're gonna finish it off. But listen, is it clear? Is that clear?
Come.
Was there any disclarity? You can go back and look at the history books yourself. History lines up exactly with the prophecy that Daniel dropped. Okay? And it's important to have this because this is information, and this also ties into why you need the Josephus to confirm what the scriptures is explaining. And this leads us properly into Maccabees, because when you read Maccabees, it just jumps into Antiochus. And you don't know what the hell happened leading up to Antiochus. But there was so much more history that gets us to Antiochus Epiphanes.
There was a buildup.
It was a lot going there. Hell, his daddy backed us.
Yeah.
His daddy supported us.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Gave us tax-free living for 3 years.
Exactly. Yeah. So hopefully that brings clarity. We're going to get from verse 20 down as much as we can. We're going to probably go verse 20. And there's a lot of history in verse 20 alone. And we might stop because there's a big chunk of history just in verse 20. Then we'll jump into Antiochus IV after that. Then we'll go on that roller coaster with Antiochus IV and the Maccabean kingdom. And then hopefully as we get to the Maccabees, we might get into Herod. If it's not too weighty. If not, we'll go from Herod or we'll skip Herod and go right to Christ. One of the two. I'm not decided how we're going to play. But I would like to go sequentially all the way through the Herodian dynasty, just for understanding.
Because a lot of people ask the question, when did the Herodians come into power over these Idumeans come into power over Israel?
And that's why I want to take the time to go into it. It's just a lot. It's a lot of reading in the Josephus, and we'll see if we can get to it. With that, we're going to shut it down. Are there any questions? Anybody online, you can have a question and challenge it. Just pull some scriptures and don't drop your opinion. Drop proof. Or if you have an issue, I mean, it's sad for people to not teach the Bible the right way. But we're going to sit back here and go into it, send our prayers up. Amajim, Aponya, Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Yeah, throw a couple ninja stars, please.
Ninja stars. Awesome. Did you read that? Did you read that?
No, I didn't.
Wow. People are sad for a lot of reasons. A lot of reasons people are sad. Oppression, slavery, lies. Okay. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai. Please listen to us right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yahshua. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh shall come quickly. For indeed is our hope. Always and forever. Amen. Okay. Rakatayah Bashim Yashai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see. Blessed are you, Bashim Yashai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ransom to call the people. Blessed are you, Bashim Yashai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 32. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord. And to sing praise unto thy name. O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning. And thy faithfulness every day. Upon the instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp. With the solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hand. O Yahweh, how read thy works.
I've read thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand it.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo, thy enemies.
For lo, thy enemies.
O Yahweh. For lo, thy enemies.
For lo, thy enemies.
Shall perish. All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
Thou rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Shem Yahshua.
By Shem Yahshua.
Psalms 133. Shayar, Hamaawa, Laduad, Hana, Ma, Tawa, Wama, Naayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gam, Yachad, Kashaman, Hatawa, Ayo, Harash, Yerad, Ayo, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Ayo, Payah, Madawafiwa, Kator, Karamwan, Shayarad, Ayo, Haroya, Tazayawa, Kayam, Sham, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayam, Hawalam, Hashem Yahshua.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshua.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshua.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshua. Wakanawa. Washwali. Wabiat. Support. Turn. Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshua. Wakanawa. Washwali. Wabiat. Support. Turn. Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshua. Wakanawa. Washwali. Wabiat. Support. Turn. Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshua. Wakanawa. Washwali. Wabiat. Support. Barakatay Yahweh. 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 All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all patience, all love, all mercy, all long suffering, all power from your house, all power from your house, all power from your house. Hashem, Yahushua, the word, Tamyat, Aman. Circle up.
Slow down the heavy order. Yahweh, Yahushua, walk on Sha'al, men of Israel. Aman. Rock.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshua.
Kumishah. Yes, what's up? Turn and face sisters. March Shabbat.
Sisters, please stand.
Sisters, please stand. Salute now, the daughters of Zion, men of Israel. A march. Rock.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshua. Yes, Matap. Dismiss. Hold up. Israel, the wife tuning in. See y'all soon. See y'all on Monday. Shalom.